Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are back for day 3 of the 4th test match. After a brilliant day of cricket for England yesterday, they find themselves with a lead of 67 and they are only 4 wickets down, which does mean they've got plenty to play for in this morning session, trying to get as many runs as possible. I believe we will see Australia batting maybe even before the end of session number 2. Ben Stokes at the crease, 24 runs off 37 deliveries. Harry Brook, almost uncharacteristically, sitting on 14 off 41. Normally, he is the one who is progressing the innings. We saw Crawley last night doing some absolutely brilliant work with the bat for England. Same with Joe Root. Now at the start of day 3, still a lot to play for in this Ashes series. We have got Tony in the chat, also Jan Lewis here, and Nazi Williams talking about the Warriors. Yeah, that draw in the end, unfortunately, for the boys. Not quite what they wanted. Welcome to day 4, says Jack. Not quite day 3 today, but day 4 tomorrow. Looks like it might be mainly rained out. Hopefully that's going to be not the case for any of today. We are going to hopefully see a lot of cricket being played, but it will be Josh Hazlewood bowling the first over of this test match for day 3, and it's a solid block from Ben Stokes to start us off. Welcome to day 3, says Jack. 450 plus, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. And also, how much do you think England's lead will be before they declare? I would say, at a guess, they'll be looking at 250 or so. If they can get there, that is still another 200 runs away. They'd have to score around that 570 mark, which at the moment, the way they are batting, seems relatively doable as long as they don't lose the early wickets. Anything on Twitch or Twitter? Says Ben, is that in terms of, Ben Stokes just advances for the second ball, as in where to watch it in, or just in terms of the updates in the weather department? Stokes sitting on 24. He's going to be relatively aggressive early on here on day number 3. At the end of the day, England, they've set themselves a brilliant chance here in this test match to be able to go on and get a big total and get a good lead going. Day 3, it's supposed to be a relatively good day for batting. And hey, buddy, sorry for not being on the live stream. I've just been so busy this week getting ready for my special live commentary tomorrow. If you want me to tell you more, I will, says Brandon. Although it sounds like you're pretty busy throughout the week, so hopefully you have got everything sorted out for that live stream. That's going to be the nice single taken for Ben Stokes. 25 runs he now moves to. 133 Ks for Josh Hazlewood. I seem very pale at the moment. I'm going to move to the side. There we go. Oh, that changed it a little bit too much. A little bit more light, but the lead of 68. Steve Smith warming up his shoulders. So is Marnus. Are we going to see a little bit of leg spin perhaps early on day number 3? We saw Travis Head get around for a few runs yesterday. But I've got 2 men in the deep square leg, deep fine leg as well. And I believe for Harry Brook, they will also have that deep point. And Blake Coley sitting on 87. What are your thoughts? Is he going big for day 2 today? I haven't actually been able to keep up to date with anything that's happened in that India versus West Indies test match. I'd assume if he's sitting on 87, though, he should be decent enough in terms of the form to be able to go on and get that century. Brilliantly fielded in the deep from Michael Nessa, the replacement fielder. They managed to get back for the 3 runs. Harry Brook gets his scoring off to a flyer. 3 runs off his very first scoring shot. A covered drive as well. It is a shot that we see him play quite often. He plays it with confidence. And it was very close to a no ball again from Josh Hazlewood. The last thing that Australia want is a Chris Woakes scenario. How they finally get that wicket and then it is a no ball. Finally, Bazball was handy for English to come back in the Ashes, says Neutrino. Yeah, it took them a little bit of an adjustment period, of course, those first 2 tests. But from there, I mean, I know at the start of the series and throughout the series earlier on, people were telling me no chance that England win a single test match playing Bazball tactics. And now, if they can win this one, they're sitting 2-2. And from there, the Ashes series is on the line. But the rain on day number 4 will heavily play factor, I believe, in this test match, which is why we've seen England be so aggressive in the way they've been scoring. They've been scoring it over 5 runs and over throughout their whole innings, and we're up to 72.5 a new ball just around the corner for the Aussies as well. In Stokes, he wouldn't mind getting himself a quick fire 50 to 100 runs for England here. Pitched up. Nice drive again from Harry Brook, but this time goes straight to Warner, who's at cover. I want a big build up for this live streamer. I want to make my best one. We got live preview. We done line up and interviews with ex All Black players. There's Brandon there. Sounds very familiar. Sounds a little bit like my last weekend, doesn't it? That is going to be the end of the first over. 73 overs down now. 389 for 4 for the English in this one. I don't think it would take Ben Stokes too long to find his form early on day number 3. I think he'll be a little bit hesitant for the first couple overs, just trying to find the middle of the bat again. Then from there, we've seen what he's been able to do up against this Australian quick bowling attack. Who are they going with? I believe it's Mitchell Starc for the second over of the day. Already picked himself up 2 wickets, but he shoulder injury is what I was talking about just before it decided to cut me off. It was slightly unfortunate. Luckily, I haven't seen this first ball as of yet, mainly because it also froze my coverage. Indian playing against minnows to increase their averages. Says Natrino, and it's a shame, really, in a way that the West Indies, their test side has been considered, as some people would say, not quite up to par over recent times, but the end of the day, they were a great side at one stage, so hopefully they can get back there again. Nicely played by Ben Stokes. Right, we'll get it back to life, and we'll get the scoreboard going as well. There we go. We're all good now. Wi-Fi, I'm hoping it's only going to be cutting out early on in this live stream, and then from there we're going to be smooth sailing. But giving himself space there, Ben Stokes. Steps to the leg side. Mitchell Starc tried to bang it into the turf, hit out through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Stokes gets his first boundary of the day and probably not even his last of the over for Ben Stokes. He's taken 1 or 2 deliveries just to see how the Aussies are going to be bowling. And then he's decided to be aggressive here, Ben Stokes. And the tricky part for Australia is, unlike near the end of those innings for England in the last test match or the test match prior, they were able to give Ben Stokes the single to try and get the man at the other end on strike. The problem they've got is the man at the other end who could be on strike is Harry Brook, a man who is very capable at also going around that 100, if not 150 strike rate. So it's not going to be easy for Australia here. They are going to have to get themselves a few quick-fire wickets at the start of the day. I wait for the Hamish commentator's curse. There's Grant there. Probably just around the corner, isn't it? And good golden point win for the finals. Hello, September footy. There's Shane Hayes. Oh, beautiful Yorker bowled by Starc. Warriors, says Shane. And if you think I'm not crazy, you will be right, because I'm doing on YouTube and Twitch. There's Brandon. Oh, it's something we've seen in the past people doing, mainly because depending on what software you use, normally you can actually stream to both without too many problems at all. But Ben Stokes has done very well to dig that one out without taking too much damage to the ankle. Big smile on his face, though. He enjoyed that one. Ben Stokes. I should mention anyone who's interested in the rugby union side of things. We have got 2 matches that we are covering tomorrow. It will be Fiji versus Tonga for the first, and then Samoa versus Japan. Going to be the second Harry Brook. They'll take on the quick single. Nicely done by England. I should start doing the Warriors. Although, to be fair, the one game for the Warriors that I was going to do, they lost by about 40 points. So I feel like they're doing all right without me commentating their games. So I have to make that decision. But, we've talked about the commentator's curse. If I do their game and then they lose, or I start doing it when they're in the quarterfinals, if they make it to the quarterfinals, and they lose that game, I'm not going to feel the greatest. Granted, you're looking for 4 next interviews, says Brandon. Ha, says Defunk. Pitched up, nicely played by Stokes out through cover. Ooh, push for 2. This is going to be a run-out chance. No, Alex Carey wasn't able to get his hands on the ball and then knock the stumps off on the table now, says Shane. Hey, streaming the cricket tomorrow, says Ahmad. I hope to, although by the looks of the weather, there may only be maybe 1 session maximum for tomorrow's cricket. But the good news is we don't have any rugby that will be overlapping with the cricket tomorrow night. So we'll see what time they start going and also what time it seems like they will get underway. It was very close because I think Alex Carey almost knocked it onto the stunts, but unfortunately he knocked the bails off early, which did mean that it was not out. A lead of 80 runs at the moment. Big full toss from Mitchell Starc. Well played by Stokes. That is the kind of ball you're not really expecting as an international batsman. Big juicy full toss halfway up middle stump. The World Cup has been good so far. Dunedin is busy. There's Shane and also the smiley face from Robert in there as well. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. They are just showing Ben Stokes. He would have been close to gone. That run out. So direct hit, he was gone by miles. Even Alex Carey, the ball hit the stumps and then the gloves hit them. But because the gloves remove the bails, that is why it is not out. Is the reasoning behind it. Stokes sitting on 33 runs now. Brook on 18. They can manage themselves another 50 runs from here in this partnership. Then they have Johnny Bairstow as an option to send out to the middle. Sure, he will be looking to be relatively aggressive. Nice solid drive from Harry Brook again. Do you think England will win the Cricket World Cup in India? I mean, to be fair, with the form that they're in across their formats, they've got a decent enough crack, I would say. But yeah, it's just going to be tricky, isn't it? It depends on who they go with as their spinners, because Moeen Ali, I don't know whether or not he's just retired from Test match cricket, which seems ironic because he's playing in this Ashes Test, but I know that he had retired from some international cricket. 47 runs at the moment, this partnership of 78 balls between Stokes and Harry Brook. Hazelwood, he'll have his second over. Samoa versus Japan at 3 p.m. and Fiji versus Tonga at 12. Are you sure Samoa versus Japan isn't at 5:05, Brandon? I think I've seen on a schedule. If I'm not wrong, but that will now be the 4 runs for Ben Stokes, which also leads to the 400 runs on the board for England and the 50-run partnership between these two individuals. Any news on Kane Williamson? Is he going to the World Cup? By the sounds of it, unless something drastic happens, he will still be out for that World Cup. It seems like they're going to be going in without him. Also alongside a couple other players they are going to be missing. Balancing down the wicket for Ben Stokes. Camera couldn't find it. Slightly shorter ball from Josh Hazelwood. Stokes looking to be aggressive. Just talking about that possible run out of Ben Stokes just before. I assume that the ball, yeah, it's hard to tell whether or not the ball would have had enough force to be able to knock the bail off. I see 5:05 p.m. now. What time is Fiji then? Fiji is at 12. You are correct with that one. Hit down to the man at deep fine leg, Mitchell Starc. Another single, but Ben Stokes didn't look too comfortable playing that pull shot. Seemed like it came up a little bit quicker than he was expecting. Which spinner of England do you think will play in India at the start of the year? Start of the year. So we're talking spinners for the test match side of things. I don't know whether or not, I mean, Moeen Ali, if he still wants to play, they might even consider him as a chance. Other than him, though, you've got, I don't know, maybe Dom Bess. He seems to go all right in the spin-friendly pitches, so they might consider him. as an option. They've also got another couple fellas who have travelled with them in this Ashes series. Advancing down the wicket there from Harry Brook, but hits it straight down to mid-off. Usman Khawaja at this stage. He took a nice catch yesterday. Sun is out at the moment. They won our game last night in the Football World Cup. They certainly did. White Burns doing very well. They're going to talk about this run out for a little while by the sounds of it, but it was interesting because Australia didn't even really appeal. I think Alex Carey was like, nah, didn't have it, so we won't worry about it. They're talking about whether or not it was simultaneous. It is the end of the 75th over. It's going to be 403 for 4. There's a great cricket comp happening in the USA. A few Black Cats playing. See Shane Hayes, the MLC. Just doing some maths in my head. If these English batsmen go at about, I mean, they're a little bit slower so far throughout this morning session, but I believe they will build into it as they have a few more overs under their belt. The new ball may actually lead to more runs being scored for England. So I'd say if they go at 6 and over throughout this first session, they're going to be adding that lead up to around that 240, 250 mark, depending on whether or not we get a full 30 over session in. Then they may even consider just going up for that next session, having a bit of a whack, and then from there sending Australia in while they have a lead of about 250, although that is still a little way away, of course. For Mitchell Starc, Josh Hazlewood, Cummins, their job is not done. They need to get these quick wickets so that England aren't able to create that lead of any more than 150. 200 and upwards. Be a very tough task to chase down. Played by Ben Stokes. Although something that they have got in their favour is the fact that they have got so many overs may be affected by rain, which means Australia, even if they draw this match, they do still win the Ashes. They will at least retain on a technicality, depending on how that last test match ends up going. Someone say, I'm not doing special live commentary tomorrow, lol. Says Brandon there. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? 12 runs for Stokes away from his half century. Zach Crawley, though, some of the shots he was playing yesterday, it was absolutely brilliant to watch. He was timing everything to perfection. Oh, a little bit of a run-out chance, a direct hit, and Brook would have been gone. There was the yes-no call from Stokes. He almost sold his partner up the river. What's the sport who is winning? Says Rugby Itch. And they're well. At the moment, I mean, your local boys, or your local living boys, I guess I could say, not looking too badly, but I hope you are keeping well, Rugby Itch. I hope you're excited for the weekend ahead. And also next weekend when the Rugby Championship. Of course, back round the corner, Bairstow Cup as well. And the final test match of the Ashes. Alongside it, nicely cut by Ben Stokes towards point. They actually, a direct hit there. Stokes casual running, but still was able to make his ground before the bails came off. Starc, he's been a little bit more expensive, but then saying that, for the Australian bowlers, no one has really been hugely economical. Definitely not the spin side of things. Hamish, every time you do big build-up, you call special live commentary, says Brandon. I mean, to be fair, live commentary for these cricket ones, I was told that maybe I should put English live commentary in there because a lot of people on the last stream were saying that I was the only one commentating this game in English, which I feel like that's a lot of responsibility. That is for sure. Cancel rugby while the FIFA World Cup is on, says Shane Hayes. I don't think they can do that, unfortunately, with the schedule already as tight as it is. Plus, it only happens every 4 years for that FIFA World Cup side of things as well. So they just try and kind of rotate around it. But yeah, it's the tricky part of liking multiple sports is the fact that even if you want to watch one, there's always going to be another one on. It's like how the Bunnings NBC, it starts up next weekend or the weekend after, I believe, August 5th. And that will still be while there is World Cup action going on too. Hey, Roby Hitch, love your video. Says Brandon. Now Stark. One was swinging back in a little bit. They will take on the single this time. And get through comfortably. About the fact now in the commentary box that the overs, they are only 4 away from getting that new ball. Will mean the ball is a lot harder. Might even swing and seam that little bit more than it is currently, which could be hugely beneficial for Australia, as they do need a lot of wickets in a hurry. They managed to pick up that very early wicket of Duckett yesterday. But other than that, it's been pretty tough going for the Aussie bowlers. Are you doing the Football World Cup? More than likely, no. I don't think. Mainly because we have ended up, I guess, with the overlaps that we may end up having, will make it a little bit tricky. Do you cover, or do you ever cover NPC, Hamish? We do. We have done quite a few NPC live streams in the past. One year we almost did, I think we were doing about 50% of the games that were happening in each and every weekend. But I think last year we were still trying to do about 2 or 3 games a weekend as well. And minimum just the one. But yeah, we show a lot of love to the Bunnings NPC, the local guys playing rugby. Also, Chicha missed out on the cup, says Shane. And me, it's FIFA World Cup going to the Football Ferns game in Dunedin, says Shane. And when is the next nice cricket series in the English summer this year? The next nice cricket series. I know that New Zealand head north at some stage. That's right, says Nutty Williams there. To be fair, with the amount of streams that we have done over the past 12 months, it's very hard to remember which competitions we have actually covered on the channel. We didn't do anywhere near as much Gallagher Premiership this year as we did last year. Top 14, I don't think we covered a single game this year, but that was because they didn't show a single game in New Zealand, unfortunately. Last weekend, made your most popular live stream now, says Brandon. Did indeed. Very busy times over the rugby international season. Ox challenging for the Ramphilly Shield. I know that they were able to beat South Canterbury, Wellington, so I think their next challenger might actually be Tasman. That's a nice shot from Ben Stokes, just advancing down the wicket, whipping it towards that mid-on, wide-on kind of region. Moves himself now 6 away. Are you streaming England versus New Zealand cricket? I am not too sure yet. I hope to, but yeah, it just kind of depends on what else is taking place at the same time as well. Of course, nothing's a guarantee. It's still about 40 days away. Anything could have happened between now and then, of course. But optimistically, we hope to cover some of it. Didn't as the All Blacks soon, plus FIFA World Cup games. There's Shane. Yeah, beautiful weather for it, about 3 degrees Celsius at the moment down south, I believe. All the tourists will be loving it. All the shops will be loving it because they'll be buying jackets and hoodies and coats and everything that they can find, try and keep them that little bit warmer. Lead by 93 at the moment for England. 410 for 4. Still plenty of wickets in hand and still plenty of time left in this test match. We have a roof, says Shane. That doesn't mean the breeze doesn't get in and doesn't mean that it's still not going to be cold. It might stop you from getting wet, but it won't stop you from getting hypothermia down south. Smith just adjusting a little divot that he's made in the ground. But earlier on, I'm still wondering whether or not they are going to go with a spinner before the new ball. They've got 3 overs remaining. Do you risk it? You know? And roughly what's the test record for runs scored in a test match? Ooh. In a whole test match, you'd be looking at well over, ooh, that was a short ball. You'd probably be looking at well over 2,000. Well over 1,800 runs anyway. I'd say, does it snow in New Zealand? Sometimes. We actually had a little bit of snow up on the hills today for us here where I am, but nothing down sea level yet. Only about maybe 300 meters above sea level. Somewhere around there, you get a little bit of the white stuff. I'm listening in Costa Rica, taking limit ages, find somewhere to listen. Says Jason Holmes. Well, welcome in, mate. Hope you are keeping well. And England building a very nice partnership here. Stokes looks like he's ready to go bang again very soon. Oh, he's not happy. He's just said the F word, as we can call it on this. What webcam have you got? I have a Logitech HD webcam C270. I think mine's a Logitech something anyway. Maybe a C920 or something like that. I think. Says Joseph. And England just need to get a massive lead, bat Australia out of the test. Says Shane, and New Zealand get rain every day. Says Brandon. Cheers, bro. Says Jason there. So I guess whereabouts are you originally from, Jason? Or are you from Costa Rica? Do let me know. I'm curious to know which side of the Ashes you do follow. And fine in Dunedin, says Shane. Fine, just cold, eh? Does anyone play cricket in the winter in New Zealand? Little bit, but not hugely. Normally it's near the end of winter that we see a little bit more of the pre-season cricketing taking place around. But other than that, it's just too wet and too damp, and it doesn't dry out enough for the ball to last more than an over. It'll start though. 3 overs away from the new ball here for the Aussies. It does seem like Pat Cummins will be bowling with that new ball. It's just that question of who it will be alongside him. I believe they might keep Hazelwood on at the other end, or they may give Stark an extra couple overs. Why cricket is less watched in New Zealand? Says Neutrino, there are less of us. Pretty good answer, I think. Winter is a great time to get sick, says Brandon. And England, says Jason, in there as well. So are you in Costa Rica living or visiting or holidaying? Jason, do let me know. Oh, here, I'll tell you what, you knew I was going to ask that question. I feel like the telepathy kicked in. Here on holiday, 4 a.m.-ish. Here now, says Jason. Okay, so their time zone, a little bit similar to the USA then, I believe. Yeah, nice early morning start for you for a bit of Ashes cricket. Harry Brook sitting on 20 runs at the moment, but the pick of the English batsman, definitely Zach Crawley, with the way he was able to play yesterday, scoring himself huge amount of runs. Well, the English managed to get himself the 150. Didn't quite tick off the 200 though, which I'm sure he'll be slightly disappointed about, but still got them in an ideal position to build up a decent lead here. Stark with the wide angle. Brook, beautiful cover drive played. That ball will beat the man. And that is going to be 4 runs now for Harry Brook. He moves up to 24. And yes, indeed, says Jason. The football team are staying near a strip bar, says Shane. Okay, fair enough. At least they're not staying in one, because else then that would keep them very preoccupied, I would be thinking. Also, breaking news, I got copyright on More Brandon Sports. I don't know why, because I don't upload on the channel. Says Brandon, so it may have been an old video perhaps that you did receive it for, but hopefully you can get it all sorted out. But nicely played by Harry Brook. In that weight transfer. Oh, it's a full toss. That's what you want as a batsman. Mitchell Stark over pitch. 4 more runs for Harry Brook. And that is back-to-back boundaries for the man. And now England, they have got the lead of 101 runs. Just going to continue building from here, I would think. Pat Cummins, he won't be too happy with that delivery, I wouldn't be thinking, from Mitchell Stark. I think he was looking for that in-swinging Yorker. Overpitched it by maybe 2 or so meters. And for Brook, it was just like a throwdown. Swats it out through cover. And 8-6 to the Souths in the NRL, says Shane. Also had a laughing face from Nazi there. Stark, a little bit shorter with that delivery. Goes straight to the man fielding at a little bit of a backward point, I would say. And woohoo, says Jason there. 8 runs for the English off this over. And I would say that this is a good opportunity for them to get a few extra runs before that new ball is in play. But alongside that, it's also a great opportunity for them, for Australia that is, to sneak a wicket. Because maybe they look like they're going to be a bit more aggressive. Steve Smith looked like he was warming up the wrist. I feel like we are going to see a little bit of spin at some stage. Shot from Harry Brook, just dabbles it down towards third man. No one there. 3 boundaries in the over, 3 fours for the English, and it is 400 and 22 for 4. Brilliant over. Ben Stokes give them an aggressive fist bump. Super chat, always a giggle, says Nuzzy Williams. True. The lead of 105 now for England. Nice. There is a chance that we may see Australia batting before the end of this session. If England are aggressive enough, they'll either end up with 300 runs on the board or they'll end up losing all their wickets in quick succession. Kiora, my name is Boy and my dad. He's the leader of the Crazy Horses. I believe that's a reference to the movie Boy, isn't it? And if it is, and I'm correct, I'll be very proud of myself because I haven't seen that movie in a very long time. Get a 300 plus lead. There's Shane. Do you know Taika? He's a movie star. Is that Taika Waititi? Maybe. And hi, Amish, says Amelia K. Welcome in. Cam Green coming into the bowling attack now. I still wonder whether to give the spinner a chance. Yes, he might get whacked around the ground, but one of your main seam bowlers have just gone for 12 runs off their over. So it wouldn't hurt to have an over of spin just to see if you can, kind of not fluke's not the right word for it, but yeah, to fluke the wicket of getting one of these two. They've got 5 men in the deep. In fact, 6 men in the deep for Cam Green. 3 on the leg side, 1 at deep square leg, 1 at deep backward square leg, and 1 at deep fine leg. A man directly behind the keeper, just a little bit off to the side. And it's a short ball from Cam Green. And who do you think will be in the Cricket World Cup final? Who do you think is the favourite, says Rooster? I know that, there's a good chance that India make their way far, and I know that they are normally a side that sometimes do have that pressure that gets to them a little bit in the big tournaments, but I feel with home field advantage, if there's ever a time for them to do it, it would be in front of their home crowd. But shot from Ben Stokes. Hits that one out to the one of the many men in the deep. I feel like, England, Australia, these two sides have a decent chance in the ODI World Cup of making it relatively far also. Good afternoon, Kiwi lads and cricket rockers. Mr. Hamish been working and I'm off today. Says Bruce, hopefully you are enjoying your day off. It is good to see you on the stream once again. Hamish, it's my birthday 2 weeks from tomorrow. I'm going to be 19, says Amelia. I have to tune that guitar because anyone whose birthday it's been, I've tried to play the guitar. Fleshins, it was his the other day, and the guitar was so out of tune. It was not even played because of the time before it that I played it. Is the Shield on the line? 4 comp starting, and the West Indies are playing India. See Shane. Oh, nicely played. Are we talking Ranfurly Shield, Shane, or a different one? Chips and onion dip time, says Obi. Down the ground, another single taken. So far in this session, we have seen 40 runs scored off 6.3 overs. So they're being quite aggressive for the English. It's fair to say. And hey, Hamish, hope all is good, boss. And yes, Taika Waititi and Rita Kiora, says Nate. And do you think England will declare today? I believe so. It's either going to be them declaring or Australia bowling the English out. And I feel like for that mentality boost for the English, they will definitely, it's a great shot from Harry Brook, although they do have a fielder down there getting the glove to the leg side down towards fine leg. Warner Fields, another single taken in. But at this point, it seems like Australia are willing to give singles. And England won't mind that because they can tick over at 5 or 6 runs and over from here, no worries at all. But Australia trying the short stuff, seeing if it's going to be able to work out by the wicket just before that new ball comes into play. Although the next batsman to the crease, it will be Johnny Bairstow, who's normally not too shabby with the bat. Another short ball from Cam Green. And also we have got the second Bairstow Cup game is on the same day. So what a way to celebrate my B-Day, whether the Wallabies win or lose. There's Amelia. And watch the Warriors if you get a chance. There's Shane there. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on them. I've been watching a few highlights of their games, but normally there is something overlapping, unfortunately, with most of the NRL games in terms of what we cover. Now Cam Green, another short ball to Stokes, pulls it beautifully down towards deep backward square leg. Another single taken. That will be now 79 overs down, 427 for 4. Is it weird that I care about the Cricket World Cup and the rugby more than I care about the Ashes? Not really, no. Mainly because I guess at the end of the day, the Cricket World Cup and the rugby, I assume you're talking just the rugby in general rather than the Rugby World Cup. But yeah, the Cricket World Cup is always one of those times that a lot of people, like, whether or not you're watching the Ashes series, there's a guarantee a lot more people, they will be watching that World Cup to see how their sides go, sides from all around the world. It's like the Women's FIFA World Cup. I've actually heard so many people in the last maybe 2 days or so go, I wasn't gonna watch the White Ferns play, but they ended up enjoying the game, and now they're gonna watch them for the rest of their games throughout the World Cup, and I feel like that's kind of what a World Cup is about. It's about getting those people who normally wouldn't be watching the sport invested into it and possibly keeping them as a fan for future games after that World Cup. Yeah, rugby in general, says Amelia K. Also, yeah, it's sunny for a change here, says Roof. Oh, I see wind off the uh, Cheetah, is it? Cheetahburg Mountains. I probably said that wrong. England have to bat the whole day. Aussie will be bundled out in 2 days. Says Neutrino. Although the big thing is they're looking at day 4 as a possible whitewash, which means you cannot afford to allow Australia, I guess, too little time to be able to bowl them out. And at the moment, it's looking like pretty decent batting conditions. The bowling attack of England's going to be so important, whether that is going to be Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, Wokes Wood, then also Moeen Ali thrown in there for good measure. It's going to be important for them because they need those wickets quickly. Stokes, he is a boundary away from the half century. Plays that one late. No run taken fielded in the gully region. I reckon Paranoid Twins brother to Para Hanoi says, I was there from Blues Nate. And an icy wind, yikes, says Hanoi. And there's on State of Origin game 3 was very slow, although I think it was probably I don't know whether second or first most entertaining game for me at State of Origin. Probably second. I think the first match was the most entertaining. And then the second match, I just feel like because it was so one-sided, no one really saw any curveballs coming. Down the ground from Stokes, another single taken. Now the lead moves up to 1-1-1. If it wasn't for the Warriors FIFA World Cup in the NRL, I would be watching the Ashes. There's Shane there. But yeah, so many sports on, so many sporting events on at the moment, and unfortunately, there just aren't really enough hours in the day to be able to watch them all. At the moment, with the FIFA World Cup going on, I believe there would have been a couple games today. There's been the rugby coming back this weekend with the Farah Palmer Cup, and then also the 2 games taking place of the Pacific Nations Cup. How's it, mate? Says Ferdinand. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Got another bet on this game. What was your bet in the end, Ferdinand? I think that game that you had money on Aussie, they ended up drawing, didn't they? Oh, no, they would have ended up with England. No, that was the second one. England win this time. I think it was the second test match we saw you last, wasn't it? And Oosh, that would be a close comeback from the Raiders tonight. Well, that was a close comeback from the Raiders. No, they won, says Ferdinand. And Hamish, that's that Aussie selection, or how's that Aussie selection been? I think they've missed the opportunity to put new blood in, give Warner the old leather boot. I think it was tricky for them because ideally they would have liked to have a frontline spinner, but they have gone without. There's no Todd Murphy in this one. Maybe towards the later stages of the test match, it will become more and more impactful not having a Nathan Lyon or Todd Murphy in the squad. They haven't really tried too much of Steve Smith or Marnus Labuschagne, though, bowling-wise, which makes me wonder whether or not they are that fussed about not having the spin in. It looks like they're talking about Travis Head as an option to try and give the bowlers a rest, but you've got Marnus and Smith, who I think would be more than capable of giving that rest as well, and neither of them are bad spin bowlers. What do you think my chances are here, says Ferdinand? They're probably not looking too bad at the moment. The weather is the one thing that will hurt you, I believe, mainly because it's supposed to rain all of day 4 and most of day 5 in this test match. There were 3 games of FIFA World Cup today, 1 in Dunedin. Says Shane and True Obi. They had 10-0 leads, close game. And the Warriors were up 10 with 90 seconds to go. Yeah. And then I think it was Jack Whiten. And he scored that last try of the match in the 79th or something along those lines. Do you know anyone with a 1998 Suzuki Alto? It was my mum's car, sold to someone in your town. Couldn't tell you what a Suzuki Alto looks like, to be honest. My best amount of knowledge I have with cars is pretty much whether or not they are a certain colour. It's a nice pull shot from Harry Brook. I also know if a car's got two wheels, it's a motorcycle. I'm loving the cricket vlogs, says Brandon. We've got a few more just around the corner. Cricket season not too far away. It is red. Okay, there's a few red cars around the local area, so could be around maybe. I see you lads still rocking that awesome commentary. Hamish reigns supreme. And our boy Hamish is looking sharp. Says Junaid. Hello, Junaid. Hope you are doing well. Seen you in a little bit. I've been missing the memes, I'll be honest. I think George has been too. He looks on Discord every once in a while, expecting to see one. But yeah, I hope you've been keeping well. Hope you've been enjoying all the sport that we have got on lately. I was watching it with Wasted World of Sports. It's Kiwi and Oz, says Obi. And also we have got, I don't know what was bad shots. And also we have got there, what are your predictions for the outcome of this one? Well, England are in the box set at the moment, but yeah, like I said, that rain is the main factor. Because I believe at this stage it won't be Australia that beat England. I believe it will be the rain that beats England if they are beaten in this test match. Another pull shot from Harry Brook. Easy single every day of the week at the moment for them, I believe. And they have still got the old ball as well here. And Warner is really disappointed, not in control, says Roof. Yeah, it was a little bit surprising to see that he was still in the side, but with the way that Mitchell Marsh played, they had to find somewhere for him. Steve Smith looks better, and it's Pommy's ruling this one. Here's what score prediction at the end of the second innings for the Aussies. I believe Australia will be able to get that 300 runs, which pretty much is just because we're so early on in the test match. So if they do bat a while, there's still a lot of runs out there on the pitch. The way that someone had an umbrella hat in the crowd makes me worried that there will be some rain today, but it is supposed to be a full day of test match cricket. Do you think Boland will come back for the next game? It's a tricky one for Australia because he hasn't been doing too well, unfortunately. Scotty Boland, don't get me wrong, he picks up the occasional wicket every once in a while, but he hasn't been consistent this Ashes series compared to what we have seen in the past. Also got who holds the Ashes? Australia have them just for now. So that means that if this game ends as a draw, Australia retain it on the technicality of they cannot lose it from where they are. They could have a drawn series, but it will still be Australia who take home the Ashes. Hamish, how was your favourite sport when you play at school? Well, the thing is, I only played cricket very early on at school, which I did have a lot of fun playing. Then after that, I became a football goalkeeper. So I guess probably that I guess mainly because that was the only sport that I was playing a huge amount of. I used to play tennis at school. We did play it in PE a little bit, the tennis side of things, and that was actually when I got the worst blister I've ever had because we were playing on hot concrete courts. I was in bare feet, and it ended up with a blister the size of my big toe from the heat and the friction. That was a nice poppy delivery from Cam Green. Just a little bit of extra speed there off the final ball, over 5 runs off it, and it's going to be 434 for 4. I just feel like the way that Australia are bowling currently, there's no threat to the way that the English are having to play this. They're just waiting for that ball, and then if they do end up getting the single's pretty much available the exact next ball after that. And got to love how the 3 games could have gone either way. Has the Ashes ever been this even? I believe a lot of people throw it back to about 2004 or somewhere around there, which is awesome because that's a long time ago. And the fact that now we've got an Ashes series that has so much interest in it and so much intrigue in it is always ideal. He's streaming live now, Bunnies versus Broncos, says Obi. Now Pat Cummins back into the bowling attack. They are still using the old ball, which makes me wonder whether or not because of that new ball having a little bit more hardness, they're worried that ball is going to race away to the boundary in quick succession. Have you ever seen a shark attack a seal? There's Roof. Where does that come from? Did Hanoi mention seals or something? Did I miss one? No, he talked about Scott Boland. Okay. Interesting correlation between the two, but I like it. I'm sure it will make sense very soon. League side, no run taken. Pat Cummins, probably a little bit more of an aggressive field, but only because he's got about 6 men out on the boundary rather than 7. And Truebro, check it out now. Says Nate, do you think Roger will get into the Warriors this year since they're doing so well? To be honest, I'd like to see them leave him out until next year. Mainly because if he came back and then they started having problems with that back line, a lot of people would be annoyed because at the end of the day, the reason they're doing so well is because they've been able to build as a side without him there. So, I don't think it would make sense to chuck him into the firing in the finals rugby. And yes, he might have an impact, but there's also that opposite effect that it could be a negative impact rather than a positive one. Question for you, Hamish. How your old Xbox after a bomb? I think that is from Brandon. It's still working. We did get it fixed about 18 months ago, somewhere around there. So still doing the job. Which is good news. Johnny Bairstow, he's got the pads on. After him, they've got Mark Wood, Chris Wokes, Stuart Broad, and Jimmy Anderson. Another couple wickets, and they are starting to get a little bit closer towards the tail here for the Australian bowling attack. But for now, they are just using that old ball. Maybe Cummins wanted one with it before going to that new ball. Just get that line right. Stokes, he's sitting on 49 currently. Agree, backline is awesome. They're scoring tries. Here's Shane. Cummins actually 4 runs off his century in this innings. Of only 17.4 overs, he has already gone for 96 runs. Stokes on strike now. Going to be blocking that one. No run taken. 39 Ks of Cummins. Looking at the Old Trafford weather, I believe the only rain that we're supposed to get today from here on in is at about 9 p.m. tonight, which is ideal for day 3. Day 4 still looking pretty rough, but hopefully we get at least one session in just to keep this test match rolling as it goes. And Roof, I've seen it on YouTube, but luckily not in real life. Ben Stokes, it's going to be the 50. Very nicely done from Ben Stokes. And streaming rugby this weekend, or should I ask not streaming any other games this weekend? There's Junaid. Well, we have got 2 games tomorrow, Junaid, which I feel like you already probably knew that we'd be doing them. But Fiji versus Tonga at 12 p.m. New Zealand time, and then at 5:05 p.m. Japan versus Samoa. Covering both of those, and then also some of day 4, if we get some of day 4, as long as the rain's not about. But yeah, 2 rugby matches. It's nice to have them taking place. I'm more concerned for next week because we're going to have a lot of rugby taking place at similar times. I believe that Tonga versus Japan may overlap with the Bledisloe Cup match between Australia and New Zealand, so that makes it a bit tricky to be able to cover both, of course, but plenty more rugby in the near future. I don't know how Sky are going to cover all of the sports. That is why they have multiple channels. It's very handy for Sky. Nicely glided by Ben Stokes. Down to the man at fine leg. Another single for the England skipper. Have the All Blacks 15 finished now, says Shane. I believe so. I don't think they've got too many other games taking place. Pat Cummins just yelling out, I didn't mean that, so I'm not too sure what he said. And Jan Simonstown, where there's Seal Island in the channel, it's so brutal. They do that to surfers, thinking it's the seal splashing. There's Roof. Another short ball. Brook leaves it alone. I have 12 Sky Sport channels. Oh, they've called first one for the over. I believe that is the 3rd umpire. It might actually be one of the English coaches. They are shown there, but the second new ball's still available. They're talking about the fact that maybe they will be waiting until they see 1 or 2 wickets falling before they take that new ball. I have a Football World Cup pass, says Shane. Another short ball bowled by Cam Green. I believe that was now the second short ball of the over, so any more will be called as a no ball. Brooks, he's only a little bit away from his half century. And once again, similar to what we saw for Australia, most batsmen, other than the man who got out early, have been able to get themselves into the double figures. And the English, they've been getting some nice starts. Moeen Ali doing well with his bat. Joe Root doing very nicely. Of course, Zach Crawley, that was close to cleaning up the leg stump after Harry Brook did advance. And All Blacks forever, no mercy, power just in top gear. Aussies and Bot couldn't handle that, says Roof. And how are the 2 World Cups in September, October going to hurt your already bad sleep schedule? It's not going to be great. I'll be honest, there might be most nights throughout the World Cup, or throughout the 2 World Cups, that we get a couple hours sleep. Like, yeah, it's gonna be rough, I think. But we're gonna be covering half chance is in the air. We're gonna be covering all those games of the Rugby World Cup. That is the plan anyway. Cricket World Cup we will be watching, but we just won't be covering on the channel due to last time we did it, we got a copyright strike. Yeah, plenty of action coming up in the near future, which means plenty of sleep deprivation, but should be fine. Hopefully. $35 for the whole World Cup plus All Sports Live, says Shane. And Roof, I saw a J Bay yesterday. Huge great white. I had the surf tour. Did you see it? Says Annoy. And Richie Moonga is king, says Roof. And yes, it was a big beast. One bite from that, you're a shark sandwich. That'll be the end of the 83rd over. 120 is the lead at the moment for England. So it has slowed down a little bit in terms of their scoring rate. Oh, okay. The umpire looks like he's going to be making his way out onto the field. Does that mean we're going to see the new ball taken very soon? And Watch Cricket Game got a copyright strike. It was actually the T20 World Cup that ended up giving us a copyright strike. Not too well, it was when the World Cup was on, which was last year near the end, or the year before. It might have been last year. Was it the year before? It may have actually been the year before, sorry, that we ended up getting that copyright strike. But it seems to be for the Cricket World Cup that it's very hard to commentate the games, because the thing is, it wasn't even like the ICC who struck us. It was another YouTube channel from Sri Lanka who wanted all the viewers. That's bowling. Sorry, got a bit excited. A brilliant ball to Ben Stokes, and that will be the 5th wicket falling. Stokes is frustrated, but now Australia, they may consider taking that new ball here soon. I believe that was still the old ball. That one, I hope Evan and Fuff bounce back against Los Pumas, but I'm not very positive. Says Roof. Enjoy your relaxing time. Weather is crazy right now. Keep warm, says Blues Nate. Row World Cup aren't bad in New Zealand time-wise, aren't they? I think it's, what is it, 11? Oh, it might be around midnight. Then you got the 2 a.m., the 5 a.m., and then I think the latest game's at 9 a.m., isn't it? Also a sleepless night, what we'd call it. And Stokesy Neo says Junaid. It's not the wicket that England wanted to fall, that is for sure, because now Johnny Bairstow's to the crease. Now, he has been in decent form with the gloves this game, Johnny Bairstow. He hasn't had a huge amount of drop catches. In fact, he took a screamer, and that may help him in terms of the way that he does bat. And this one's 7 a.m. times I've seen, says Shane. So, yeah, there's a few nicer times for us here in New Zealand, but that's not including the night games that start at about 11:30 or 2 a.m. and then go from there back to back to back towards those 7 a.m. games. Need Broncos to win, or Playboy Rabbitohs, says Nate. I mean Maori, mean Ben Stokes. Now Johnny Bairstow making his way to the crease. Just scrolling down to that World Cup. Starts in 48 days' time. So there's a 7 a.m. game, an 11 p.m., a 1:30 a.m., a 4 a.m., and then 7 a.m. 3:45 a.m. So yeah, a few games in the middle of the night alongside the morning fixtures. And then between weather and Bok, it's pretty dismal here. But good beer and good music makes it better. And I wonder why Sales took their game to Noosa. Sears Hanoi, and the beer show is on. Sears Blues. No, yeah, Johnny Bairstow. Facing Pat Cummins. I don't think the new ball has been taken. No, it hasn't. So they are keeping that older ball just for a little bit longer. How aggressive do we see Bairstow be here? Call of no. And Stokes has always missed to fix it. He's been very good for team morale. There's review. He does very well, Ben Stokes. Keeping the spirits high of his side. Tried to whip that one to the leg side, though, and Cummins manages to get him on the off stump. And how have the Rugby Championship streams been so far? Hamish says, they've been good. Been very busy with those ones. We've actually been releasing a lot more videos than we normally do. So for those Rugby Championship weeks, I think we had a video coming out pretty much every single day of some form. And that was also a slightly sleep-deprived time. So the World Cup with all the videos alongside, it's going to be exciting. But yeah, Rugby Championship, it's been good so far. A lot of hype in there. I'm hoping the Bledisloe Cup game delivers because I know that a lot of people are looking at that game as a very entertaining one. The week after that, I've got an engagement party that I'm going to. So I'm doing the commentary first, then going to the engagement party, and then waking up early the next morning or staying awake, depending on how the engagement party goes, to do the game between the Springboks and Argentina. So that will be fun. That will be a nice early morning getting underway on a Sunday. I was going to say with a bang, but I think, yeah, the engagement party is only friends and family of the people. So I'm also family with them. Good hope South Africa to win games to get more views on reviews, says Junaid. Tell you what, that is true, to be fair. But it's just a passion, isn't it? They love watching the box side. Win or lose, there's a few who do still tune in for a lot of the videos. But yeah, they're winning, they're doing nicely. So they're just showing that winning catch. Well, not winning catch yet, but a screamer of a catch that he was able to get. How are you doing, Hamish? How's the cold? Cold's a lot better now. Still a little bit blocked in the nose department, but haven't had a bleeding nose today, so that is ideal. Am I going to jinx that with that statement? I hope not. And thanks, same to you. I've had some Heineken, but I prefer Holston Pilsner, says Ruth. Why don't they play Boland? He picks up wickets. He hasn't really been that many in this Ashes series, unfortunately. And even when he does, he's been a little bit more expensive than he normally is for the Aussies. So he was probably the most out of form quick that they had, which is why he got swapped out for Josh Hazlewood to see if he'll come back better in the fifth. I wake up to, with 4 random girls, says Nate. Yeah, what, that would be an interesting live stream, wouldn't it? How I just start doing the commentary and there's just some random people sitting next to me. Yeah, interesting scenario. Got to try and manifest it now, don't we? I feel like a lot more of you guys would stick around for those streams if I had 4 lady friends with me. Glad the rain stayed away so far, says Brian. Exactly right. In England, they will know that that rain on day 4 is a real option. So because of that, even though they just lost that wicket, they'll still look to be relatively aggressive with Brook here. He's sitting on 41 off 72. The runs are there. They will be taking them. But Australia, it's a very negative field that they've got for themselves. Sitting at about maybe 6 or 7 men out on the boundary. But it's pretty much the tactic of buying a wicket off the English. They're saying, look, we'll put everyone back. You can take the singles, but if you ever get bored of that, try and hit it in the air. Let us catch you. Interesting topics. And Tony ain't even here. Says, true. Irish returns to his hotel room. Big minute, knock, knock, hey. Says, lose Nate. Oh, shot from Brook. Did he get it? No. Yes, he did. Got enough of it anyway. With no man out in the deep. Towards a forward mid-wicket, almost a more mid-on region. That'll move him up to 45 with the 4 runs. And Campbell Graham showing what Fittler missed. We're not picking him. Nice try, says Hanoi. Nice work there from Harry Brook. Couple bounces over the boundary. And I guess that pretty much just cements the fact that England will be aggressive in this one. They've got to be pretty much. Best way of putting it, they need as many runs as they can get in this session and maybe some of the next. See how they can progress. From there, a little bit of a short throw to Alex Carey from Mitchell Stark. And Bairstow finally working against the Aussies, says Junaid. Does seem to be at the moment. You know, the series has an opportunity of being 2-2, which would be fantastic heading into the last test match. And I would quite like to see it, of course. And a 5 for 4-4-4. You don't see that often. There's Peter. And yeah, the aggression that they've shown throughout this innings. Crawley did brilliantly, getting himself close to that 200 runs. Root was close to his century when he was dismissed. And then Moeen Ali, a fantastic innings from him near the top of the order. 4 men back at the moment for Australia, all square, all behind the wicket. That one cut back in a long way towards Johnny Bairstow. Another single taken. As cold as a leg by. Banging it into the turf there. Hits Bairstow on the back leg. And Hamish is a handsome studs, deserves the best, says Blues Nate. You are too kind, Nate. That's for sure. Tell you what, if I talk as much as I do in these live streams outside of the live streams to any lady, they would get sick of me pretty quickly, I would be thinking. Depends on what class of girls, like beer, cheaper versions, or a more expensive smooth one, says Ruth. Sean Mark, but he'll be the next man, or maybe second next to the crease. Wi-Fi just cut out again. That was unfortunate, but we're back now. For about half a second, it disappeared. If there's rain expected, surely they have to keep the aggressive approach, get as many runs as possible, and try and bowl them out. Yeah. I don't think they can afford to get too many more than about 250 run lead for the English. In fact, it may even be tricky to get to that 250 if they do lose another wicket soon. But yeah, they need to bat at least 5 and over rather than, it's going to be the drinks back, but yeah, rather than just slowly ticking along, which they're doing pretty decently here in terms of that run rate. For the English, NRL games in Australia have been moved in some parts. Says Shane. And England declare at 460, in my opinion. Was Obi and Hamish. How do you cook lamb roast? What seasoning, says Annoy? I mean, to be honest, normally with the lamb roast, we don't add too many seasonings. For us, anyway. But like, it's normally the chicken that we'll add a lot more seasoning to. A little bit of sage and onion or something like that. But yeah, for the lamb, I quite like it just as it is. And then, yeah, add a little bit of, like, to be honest, just salt and pepper for the lamb for myself. England need to start bashing if they want any chance of winning. I lead by 130. They got 5 wickets in hand. And English are smashing pumpkins today. They're in ruthless mode. They're way ahead of the Aussies. And their bowler got Joe Root. Will give the Poms a lot of heart. And nearly ran along the ground. Yeah. Variable bounce. Big time in that one. Garlic, rosemary, and red wine, says Ruth. They were back till the end, says Real Peter. Will England declare at 250? I think with the weather the way that it is, 250, if they can get there, they might consider declaring, but I feel they might end up getting maybe bowled out before that 250 lead. That is still another 120 away. They'd like to think that the tail can get some quick fire runs. Yeah, they might declare when they're 9 down just for that little bit of a mental edge over the Aussies as well. The Galaxy was the size of the USA, and our sun will be the size of a red blood cell. That is some fancy information, Edward. Did you learn that in like school, or is it a fact that you learned afterwards? I am curious. Every once in a while I see a fun fact and I'm like, nice. Talking about the Open at the moment, it is on. Just talking about Ricky Ponting. I was thinking the same thing in my head. Looked very close to the man who was leading. And yeah, Nate Hamish, Cool and Sublime, and 170 declare. Says Relaxing Kiwi. And New Zealand Lamb, Best on Earth. Says was there from Obi. I think of the last time I had lamb. I think I had like a lamb roast, that is. I think it's been a little while. I had lamb chops not too long ago. Sorry, anyone who's vegan who's listening to this. Rain is coming, says Relaxing Kiwi. And USA is my pick for the FIFA World Cup. Learned it from good old YouTube. YouTube, tell you what, some people say YouTube can't teach you things. I beg to differ. I've learned a lot of some useful, some not so useful information off YouTube. We've learned a few hippo facts for some reason on this channel in terms of the speeds that they move and whatnot. And sounds good. I'll use that, says Annoy. And whatever you do, Stokes, don't declare that's a dangerous move, says Roof. Yeah, I guess with the declaration, the captain gets a lot of stick if it goes wrong. Whereas if you get bowled out, the captain gets a bit of stick, but then it's also the other guys who did get bowled out as well type thing. YouTube is better than any teacher, says Relaxing Kiwi. And to be fair, like in terms of certain skills that you learn, like we had a class at school that was called Skills for Life. And, when you hear that, you think, oh, they'll learn how to do their taxes, a little bit of life stuff, how to manage a budget. We learn how to juggle for half a year. And don't get me wrong, I can juggle pretty well now, but that's not really the point. Because if someone's like, do your taxes, I'll be like, what? But then my mum's an accountant, so that works quite well because she knows how to do those ones. But yeah, learning how to juggle for half a year. This was when we were like 16, 17, so near the closing stages of being at school. But yeah, if I ever needed a job as a clown, I guess I could get it maybe. Has our big boy received the correct order from KFC in the past 2 months? Well, Sinead, I've got some heartbreaking news. It's very tragic. The KFC 30 minutes up the road is closed for a month for renovations. But before that, he was getting annoyed with them anyway. So it's probably a good thing because they had a bit of a love-hate relationship. Down south, they seem to get his order right, so he's happy about that. Just a little bit of a longer drive to be able to get there. But yeah, it's gone renovations for a month. The problem for them, though, is it's not the layout of the restaurant that's the problem. It's the people in the restaurant serving that don't do anything. That is the problem for them. Ugh. Says Robert. I assume that's how you would pronounce that. The league side by Bairstow, another single taken. In fact, he's going to run it hard, but they will just get the one. We got Mudden slow and long, though, says Obi. And Roof, we hit it medium rare, says Obi there. But Brooks now moves up to 49, one shot away from his half century. They have got another clap going. That is because 450 runs are now on the board for England. This exciting test match. And it seems like there are still plenty of tips and turns to come later on today. Day 4, it's supposed to be rainy, but we are hoping to cover a little bit. Oh, nicely played. Best Ashes game so far of the 3. Ooh, good question. Nice work from Harry Brook, though. Getting himself the half century. I would say, was it the second or the third test match? I mean, the third test match for like the comeback story was pretty awesome for the English. Second test match was very entertaining as well, but this one has the potential of being the pick of the bunch, depending on what Australia do. Like from here, we could see them score 300, 400 on the board. And third was the best, says Relaxing Kiwi. Outside off stump, Bairstow chops it away. And done with KFC, Red Rooster, Charcoal Chicken. We sadly do not have that option here. Down south anyway. Is there a Red Rooster in Christchurch? Does anyone know that? Like a caveman? Ugh. Is it like that? Ugh. And not the Pat Cummins save? Says Junaid. Oh, that was pretty good though, to be fair. For Pat Cummins. Was that was the second test, wasn't it? The back car. Oh, or was it? No, it might have actually. Was it the first or was it the second? I've lost track of it at the moment. And Bazball makes any series a classic, says Edward. And that's the thing. A lot of people were against the Bazball style heading into this Ashes series. They said, "Oh, it's not gonna be the same, and it's gonna be a one-sided affair in favour of the Aussies." But England have made the series competitive, which I think is more than anything they could have asked for in the first test, says Junaid. So yeah, that was a pretty awesome performance from Cummins in that one. Nice partnership built for the skipper. Second new ball still available for Australia, but they are up to 86 overs of bowling with this old ball. Damn no Troy Broncos. Says Shane. Shot. But well fielded by Cummins and half a run out chance at the non-striker's end. Bazball was essentially how McCullum played as our ODI captain, says Junaid. Pretty much. It was relatively effective, to be fair, while he was doing it that way for the Kiwis as well. So it's cool to see that playing this aggressive style of test match cricket does sometimes work, or does work relatively decently in terms of the percentage wise, because some people who aren't a big fan of the longer format, like you see some people who prefer their T20, this Bazball style of batting gets those people into test match cricket because they're like, "Oh, okay, it's kind of like T20, except it's just a little bit longer and it's like still relatively aggressive." I think Ricky Ponting and the other commentator are actually making plans to go golfing tomorrow, which is quite nice. And Bazball creates new test records every time they play, says Edward. And how's your boys, Janae? 2 cents. Hope he's well, says Nate. Advancing, Harry Brook hits it into the side of his leg. Unfortunately, looked for the massive shot to the leg side, but did not quite connect with it. Unfortunately. Lead of 136 currently for England. They will still be looking to get that a little bit closer to the 200. T20 is my favourite format. It's fast, says Shane. I have a question. Is anyone here's favourite format ODI? Because I know of a lot of people who like T20 and a lot of people who like Test match cricket, but it does seem to be that the ODI cricket is the one that gets the least amount of love. So it's going to be cool seeing this World Cup, seeing how many people do get invested in ODI cricket. Ducked away because he got the munchies, says Nate. Haruf. Mine, says Junaid. Okay. I won't judge you for it. And what is it about the ODI cricket that you like the most? That's a nice shot from Harry Brook, stepping across to his offside and then just almost slightly pull shot slash hooking the ball towards the boundary. Race for the first four and actually the first runs of this over. Australia trying to bring that run rate back a little bit. Very nicely played by Harry Brook. 2 cents is busy or too busy promoting 2 cents on tour every single second, says Junaid. It is his channel that he had or that he's got for his adventures in China, isn't it? If I'm not wrong. I have heard a thing or two about this channel. And done the old Muslim way. Yeah, mutton curry pie's delicious. And ODI has the best of both Test and T20 for me, says Junaid. I guess the good news about ODI, if you like the slightly longer format, is you don't have to worry about like, oh, we have to wait till tomorrow to find out who wins. It's kind of like it's longer, but you do know at the end of the day which side is victorious. And Ash is the only cricket I watch, says Nate. And Bazball isn't good for a good test average over a career, but it's exciting to watch, says Edward. And yeah, like I said, it gets people who aren't that keen on Test match cricket into Test match cricket because it's just very speedy. I guess you could say it progresses the Test match. They're talking about Marsh here, maybe having a bit of an injury, and that's going to annoy me because there's been so many times where Mitchell Marsh he's gone from being a brilliant batsman to trying to bowl alongside it and injuring himself. He's done it about 3 years in a row now. So I hope it's nothing too serious for Mitch Marsh. Like they're saying, they haven't seen him out there on the field as of yet for today. But it's going to be Mitchell Starc back into the bowling attack, still using that old ball. He's yet to take the new one at the 87th over. And I know that this might just be my brain thinking, I don't know if it's outside of the box, but surely if they've still got the old ball, that opens up the opportunity for a spinner to have a couple overs just to test it out, Labuschagne, get Steve Smith if he wants to have a bowl, which I believe he would if he was told, do you want a bowl? He'd go, yep, that'll do. T20 at range, you lose a game, 50 overs can be reduced, says Shane. Also, it's too damn exciting on this channel. I'm sticking with Kiwi Lads today, nothing better, says Ruth. And we will be having plenty of action tomorrow as well with the rugby and the cricket that we are covering. The first game of rugby is actually going to be taking place at 2 a.m. South African time, so little bit of a rough one. Almost chopped on from Bairstow. Would have been rough. Tawatavanawai going to the Highlanders for 2024. Interesting. Moana Pacifica, it's going to become a feeder team, isn't it? By the sounds of it. With the fact that Levi Amua's gone to the Crusaders, Tawatavanawai's gone to the Highlanders. Hopefully, they can keep on progressing as a side. And Crawley, with nearly 200 yesterday, was immense. He was. And he was the perfect example of a player who backed his ability. And even though he wasn't hitting the ball sweetly at times, just stuck it out, just kept on trying and eventually started getting them out of the middle. I know that he had about an hour patch where his cover drives and his straight drives down the ground were just all so good. True feeder clubs, says Nate. He said box. I think I hear and think box. Sorry, rugby on the mind, says Janae. Well, the good news is we don't have to wait too much longer for the box to be back in action. Sione Arvili has gone to Moana Pacifica from the state as year, says Janae. I did hear that rumour. Is that one completely confirmed, Janae? Because that will be good news for them that they're getting a few of those other guys overseas, and that might open up the door for Sione Arvili to get the chance for a Pacific Island team in the upcoming years of international rugby. A little bit league side-ish from Starc. Oh, the quick run taken. Well run by Bairstow. Happy Friday from England anyway, pal, says Callum. Hopefully your jog yesterday did go smoothly, Callum, and hopefully the one, if you do have one today, does go well as well. I honestly think the Aussies need more spinners and replacement batters, says Ruth. I think the big thing for them here is they need to test it. Yes, Travis here went for a few, but get a few leggies down there. See if that makes any difference. Because if you can get one to skid low like we saw off the bowling that actually got Joe Root out, that's going to be a dangerous delivery. Bazball is a 5-day T20 or ODI, says Edward. And the Crawley innings was a great team effort. He has put his team in with a chance to win, says Peter. And it was quite interesting listening to him in the post-match or the post-day interview that he did because, there's a little bit of rain falling, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully not a huge amount, but just a little bit of a drizzle at the moment. Please don't go off for rain. We don't want it. Just go away, rain. A few big drops, though, falling at the moment. Yeah, it was a great thanks, mate. I got a football tournament Saturday, so ready to rock, mate. Well, good luck. What position are you, Callum? I know that we've asked someone that before, so hopefully it wasn't you and I've forgotten. If I have, I apologise, but I remember we had someone who was a winger. I think they were out on the left wing. Is that yourself or are you in a different position? That's right. The umpire's having a good look at this rain. End of the over, though. 88 overs down, 462 for 5. I think Warner needs some fishnet tights and pink lace skirt next time. He's got to get his groove back. And there is rain currently to the east of Manchester. And striker, bro, I know you never asked me before. Okay, I feel slightly better about that then. Because, yeah, I know someone told us they were out on the left wing. But I can't remember who that was now, unfortunately. Yeah, hopefully you score yourself a few goals. I used to be a striker when I wasn't goalkeeper, which sounds weird because normally it's if you're not goalkeeper, you're defending. But with our team, due to the lack of numbers, it was just pretty much anywhere that was a vacancy on the field, you had to go there. But I had some decent moments as a striker until I got older. Then I just started missing the goal, even if it was open. Don't know why. What's up with Manus's batting nowadays? It's a good question. He has been one of the lower run scorers in the top order for Australia, which is weird to say for Manus. He did manage 51, didn't he? So he got top run scorer tied in this innings. And not even Bazball can defeat the English rain, says Edward. Yeah, no matter how quickly you try and progress a test match, if it's going to rain, unfortunately, it's going to rain. Although it does look like it's just a passing shower at the moment here. Seems like it might be lightening up already. Bairstow on strike. Nice shot down the ground to Pat Cummins, who fields it. Thanks, mate. I got 19 goals last season, which is poor for me, to be honest. But it's only low league stuff. So 19 goals is considered poor for yourself. You must be pretty handy. Hopefully your football tournament does go all right. Your side does well. You're able to score yourself a few goals along the way as well. Bazball is making a comeback like the Poms. Says Ruth. And who's your favourite for the ODI World Cup? I can never tell. I think there's 3 teams at the moment that stick out for me, and those teams are India, Australia, and England. Mainly because India, they've got their home field advantage, and also they do enjoy those spinner surfaces that they have got. But, I just think England have got a good crack. But then saying that, I don't know who their spinner's going to be. Same with Australia. So that could be a impactful situation. Maybe even Pakistan, decent chance. Thank you, brother, says Callum. No worries. There are some dark clouds around in the background, which I hope are just going to stay in the background rather than being in the forefront. Brook, he's moved up to 55. Work to the leg side again for the single. I'm having sound issues, Hamish. My phone's vibrator is on the way out. So it's deaf mode now, says Ruth. I was going to go like this to say that there was 1 run, but then I realized that could also be taken as 1. Taken as out. And are we without Williamson and Bracewell? It does seem that way. Williamson for now is not looking flash, and then the same with Bracewell, unfortunately. And there are actually a couple other names alongside those 2, I believe, that they've got missing. And the rain is to the east is pretty heavy. Fingers crossed will not come over, says Peter. And Aussie, India, and Bazball are favourites, says Edward. I like the way you think, Edward. Sounds about right, I'd say. New Zealand have no chance, says Shane. Although they won't mind coming into a competition as an underdog, just because that will make them feel slightly less pressure, even though, of course, a World Cup is huge pressure on any player in it. But, having a little bit less pressure can always be a good thing for a side, which is what England are trying to create here for their bowlers. A few less runs, or a few more runs to be able to play with. Nice cut shot from Bairstow. Only the weather beats England today, says Callum. That's not bad, up 130. 5 wickets down. That'll now be 467 for 5. I realised I moved my mouse, but there we go. It's now updating once again. We're going to have another look at Old Trafford's weather. I checked it earlier on, and there was not supposed to be any rain. So I was hopeful with that. But, it's always tricky. When aren't we underdogs? We always perform at World Cups. Says Junaid, never count New Zealand out. Says Te Riwa Tapo. Right, the weather forecast for Old Trafford. It is drizzle at Old Trafford. A light rain stopping in 4 minutes, apparently. Well, that's very specific, but very good news. And then at 1 p.m., there's a 40% chance of rain. So this shower has actually come out of pretty much nowhere, to be fair, in terms of the weather report. that I saw earlier on. I think England should go ultra baseball because that rain's ominous. Travis Head now back into the bowling attack. I mean, I did ask for spin, so I'm happy enough to see Travis Head get the chance, but I still feel like they need to try a little bit of leg spin at some stage. Test it out, see whether or not they can find success. Bairstow be on strike, sitting on 13 off 16. Quite a defensive field again set for the Australians. When was the last time India beat New Zealand at a World Cup game? Ooh. My trivia is poor. They didn't play each other at the T20. Did they? No, they might have actually. Maybe they were. Who was on our side? New Zealand in the T20 World Cup had Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, Scotland, and Namibia? Maybe? Was that our group? Something like that. And then on the other side, there was England, Australia, South Africa, and all those sides. It's such a shame if England lose the Ashes because of rain after this performance, says Callum. Yeah, that is why they've got to have very good game management for this test match. Like, ideally, I mean, we're looking at Australia. They got bowled out in 90 overs. I believe that will probably be less than they face in this next innings. It might be around that 100 to 110 mark. So they do need to leave themselves enough time. But the big problem they've got is they also can't afford to leave leave Australia too little runs to chase and then find themselves being a little bit further behind. New Zealand are the top dogs. Richie Mo'unga is awesome. I met a bloke at the shop from Christchurch, or Canterbury, Christchurch, New Zealand, visiting Cape Town. He had coffee with both Richie McCaw and Mo'unga. Unbelievable stuff, says Ruth. 130 plus, 476 a good lead. The two T20 World Cups in back-to-back years. It was just messed up. Yeah, it got confusing. Definitely. It was not last year, the year before, wasn't it? And then the year before that? No. Did we have one last? No. No, never mind. I think we had one a little bit sooner. But very confusing. I remember I bought a mug that had like the T20 World Cup and everything on it, and it was an Australian one. And I also got an English, I think, and a few other nations. And unfortunately, the Australian one, it arrived broken. So I didn't actually get to use that. And 21 and 22. Oh, yeah, because all throughout last year, I think we ended up in that scenario of saying, oh, we're not covering the World Cup because of that copyright strike. And then everyone was like, surely you're covering at least a couple games. And it got to the final and I never ended up covering one in the end. His name is Michael and he's very good looking, like Hamish. Thanks. I'm subbing. I love it. Tongue's not working. I'm subbing. I like this live sport commentary, says Edward. Thank you very much. Hugely appreciated. The second new ball is available now for Australia. I've got 33 minutes to lunch, they've said. They may consider just using that new ball. No, it's taken. Okay, 90 overs is enough, they've said. They've had one over of Travis Head, and that is going to apparently decide all spin for the Aussies is out of the question. Still yet to see Marnus start, just trying to get a little bit of water on the ball, get a bit of swing going early. Hey, this will be an interesting little patch here. 30 minutes to deal, probably about 8 overs, somewhere around there. And also Kawaja dismissal, very disappointed. No focus, just wild shots. Broad's bowling was supreme anyway, says Ruth. And Rugby World Cup is close as he picks. It's tricky. I still feel like it's someone on that side of the draw with New Zealand, South Africa, France, and Ireland. I just haven't really decided which of the 4 teams it's going to end up being yet. A little bit down the league side for Stark's first delivery with the brand new ball. Did you manage to get his number? Whenever you're in New Zealand, catch up with friends. See his Blues night. Showing Kawaji. He took a screamer, or he took a nice catch anyway. Was Moen Ali's wicket. So Jimmy Anderson, he's got a pencil in hand. He's either doing a Sudoku, maybe a crossword. We've seen Bairstow doing a few of those in the past. I always used to enjoy a word find back in my day. But a swing for Mitchell Stark, but manages to get it away to the leg side. Brook down to deep fine leg. A single taken again. A little bit of movement there for Harry Brook. And Wish Tonga could have had an easier pull, either C or D, give them some result or some sort of chance for the quarterfinals. Yeah, it's a shame that I feel like for Tonga, they're looking like the strongest that they have in a long time. Yes, we haven't seen them play Fiji tomorrow, but from that Australia A game and the squad that they've got, the potential is certainly there. It's just unfortunate that they have to go head to head with Scotland, Ireland, and South Africa. Yeah, that's swinging for Mitchell Stark. That's looking dangerous. This new ball, so maybe that in-swinging Yorker could be an option for him. Looks like it's gone dark again at the ground, which is not ideal. We want to see a full day of play here so that tomorrow, if they do have a lot of rain, it doesn't end up impacting the overall result. And New Zealand, South Africa, Ireland, my picks. So not France, Shane, out of the four that I mentioned. Interesting. Or slightly wider. Bairstow tried to chase after it. End up bottom edging it to Alex Carey. 155 lead, another 95 or so here. Would be pretty handy for the English. Thoughts on Oi Johnny's 3-game, or Old Johnny, sorry, 3-game / week ban? I mean, it's an interesting one because it looked like he wasn't going to be able to play any more international rugby. In fact, he kind of didn't he announce his retirement from Leinster anyway, I thought. And I also thought that that was his international rugby retirement. But because they have said that it's only a 3-week ban or 3-game ban, he's actually going to be back in time for that World Cup. So it's one of those ones that, of course, the referees, you don't want to see them getting any type of abuse from the players. So he's probably lucky to have 3 games. But then saying that, there's been a very, very long time since it did happen in terms of the top 14. It took about 2 or so months to get sorted. So, yeah, it's a weird one. But it's nice to see that even with some of his behaviour, he's going to get one last World Cup for Ireland. Let's see, play it again. That swing is there for Mitchell Stark, but that will be the end of the 91st over. 472 for 5 now for the English. Would you write England off at Cup? Says Shane. I actually think that out of that side of the draw, there's some sides that could do relatively decently because they don't have, in my opinion, as challenging of the fixtures in the group stage. Like New Zealand, they're going to be going head to head with France. That's their big game. But then in the quarterfinal side of things, they're going to be playing either South Africa or Ireland or Scotland if they make it through. That's the same if New Zealand make it through to that quarterfinal. But, that side, there's going to be some battered bodies by the stage of the semis. And that is when England, theoretically, if they make it through, would find themselves head to head with someone on that side of the draw. Whether or not that is one of those top 4 sides that we've mentioned, or maybe a dark horse along the way. Now, Josh Hazlewood, he has got his first over with the new ball in hand. Advancing down the wicket there, Harry Brook. Playing with confidence. Drew that, Hamish. Says Blues Nate. The first game of the comp. Could be the final game too, says Junaid. Exciting stuff, that is for sure. And I think that Kiwi game, it's gonna tell a lot of people what they want to know. We see with the White Ferns in the football, they managed to get themselves that victory, and so many more people now are getting behind their side. For the World Cup, I believe there will already be quite a few behind the ABs, but to have a win under their belt for the first game up against the hosts, I feel will do them a whole world of good. But then also, it's going to be interesting to see if they did end up getting defeated in that game, how many people kind of jump off that All Blacks bandwagon and go back to going, we'll wait till if they get through to the finals. Up the White Fern says Distracted Sports. Hey, lad, says Wakiba. They're welcome in. I think Brook has to get a move on now. He has his 50. I think that they've reached a little bit of a quieter patch. How they are mainly just getting a few singles in the over. He's advanced down the wicket, so he is keen to go after Hazelwood from what we've seen. It's just Hazelwood is strategically bowling just a little bit wider to stop him from being able to go after it. Is that the big man himself? If the big man himself that you are talking about wears, that kind of hat from Peaky Blinders and also drinks a fair amount of wine, yes, it is the man himself. Fries chick. What they've got written there. They forgot the in. And yeah, Nate, I'm a Carter. He laughed at that. He's pretty nice to converse with, interested, and knows a lot about rugby. He's got a friend in Port Elizabeth, who's also friends with Eben. There's Ruth. And England are cruising through the Aussie bowling attack, to be honest. Yeah, at the moment, there doesn't seem to be too much threat, although that new ball with Mitchell Starc did seem a little bit more dangerous. But with the fact they've still got 5 wickets in hand, it just seems like they've got so much that they can work with here that they don't have to be hesitant. A nice shot out through cover. They will get 2 runs for this. Crowd needs to get behind the football ferns. There's Shane Hayes. And also Johnny Bairstow. Never mind, we all make mistakes. And nobody's perfect, bud. There's Ruth. Stokes smiling in the background. He's relatively happy with the way that this game is progressing with that little tiny rain shower that we saw earlier on that has now cleared up, I should mention. Fantastic news on that front. But this is an interesting scenario because it could be a bit of a preview of what we're going to see tomorrow if there is a lot of rain. Harry Brook hits the ball high. Has he got enough? It's off the top edge. It's taken on the boundary by Mitchell Starc. I just said that they had wickets to burn. I did not mean the very next ball. That will now be 6 down. Brook is dismissed 61 off 100 deliveries. And now Wokes will make his way to the middle. I don't think this is going to take too long to get through the rest of this English lineup, mainly because they will look to be aggressive. Wokes won't look to stick around for too long. Wood's the same. Starc just inside of the boundary rope. Fantastic work from him. 5 wickets in hand in an innings. There's Edward. The crowd are booing it, but Starc did not touch that boundary rope. I don't know why they're so angry. We put the mockers on him, Amish. Yep. Commentator's curse. Gotta love it. Pommy's a blast. Another 300. There's Ruth. And also we have got Junaid as my second patron ever. What a legend. Junaid certainly is a legend, whether that is making memes or making dreams. Oh, that rolled off. Tell you what, that rolled off the tongue too well. That's your thing now, Junaid. All in favour? I am. Making the memes. Yeah, the crowd are booing. Why are they booing? He's like this far away from the boundary rope. It's clear from the boundary. Am I silly here, or is he well and truly in the field of play for Mitchell Starc? He's fine. The crowd are booing. It's the shadow. Is there a part of his shoe that I'm not seeing here? It's fine. He's made his decision, and it's out. And share that's not true. And they're dreaming, says Distracted Sports. Crowd boo. Why are they booing? He was in the boundary rope by a lot. And well, nice, says Junaid. Don't forget to get Warner and Kawaja some pink lace. Spice up their batting and chasing shadows, says it. Yeah, I think they forgot that it was required to touch the boundary rope, not the boundary rope shadow. I love the binoculars, mate. Well, I just had to get a better look at it. I actually have found that helps, though, for certain things. Like when I'm looking at a sign that I know no one can see me looking at and I can't read it, I kind of squint first. And if I can't see it, then I get the old binoculars out and they always do the job. He's the best ever, Danny. Says Ruth. Now Chris Wokes makes his way to the middle. Poms need to tank 100 off 40 here to move the game. Yep. And Chris Wokes is the type of batsman, he will go after it. And the atmosphere was good at the game considering he has a shooting same day, says Obi. I think the thing is the crowd just they got behind the side and the football fans, they mentioned about it as well, and they said that they wanted to put on a good performance. They're showing another angle trying to make people think that that was him touching the boundary rope. He was not. He was inside the rope. And now Mitchell Stark, the man who just took the catch, will now be facing off. Oh, inside edge from Bairstow. 4 runs, though. He'll take it. The French cut. Laughing about it, Mitchell Stark. I think Bairstow had a smile on his face as well. Wokes is saying, take them any way you can get them. And Bronco sent off. Says Annoy. Who's in the crowd, says Ruth. They've been showing a few of the ex-players have been hanging about. I saw that Jack Whitehall, the comedian, was there yesterday. He was actually the only one that I recognised outside of cricket that was in attendance, or outside of sport, I guess I should say. Johnny Bairstow, smile on his face. He took those runs very happily, and French cut the most classic shot in cricket. The almighty French cut. I've done one of those in a GoPro video, I remember, not too long ago. Oh, it's good shape, though, for Mitchell Stark. The way that ball is swinging, England will be looking at that and going, if we get a ball that's swinging like that, we're going to be in for a fun time for the session that we bowl at the Aussies. Bairstow, I would say that he is one of the keys here now for England in terms of being able to get those quick fire runs. Look to be aggressive. I'd like to think that Wokes would be as well. Same with Mark Wood. He's not going to stick around. They'll know that they're going to be bowling short to those guys, so they might as well try and hit it away as much as they physically can before that short ball inevitably gets them. So he's actually managed to drift his way to 21 here. And they need to heave ho-ho over that boundary. Says Roof, and yep, swinging variable bounce, very hard to get 250 if those are the conditions. Definitely with that little bit of rain coming every once in a while, it's just going to make that little bit more surface moisture, cause a bit more skid perhaps. And yeah, that variable bounce, it may even stay lower than it already was with that wetness. They've got Wood, Broad, and Jimmy Anderson remaining. Finding a little bit of success with the ball earlier on. 163 runs leading. Pushes at that one. Johnny Bairstow just let the hands flow. And they want the 2 runs. They'll get back nicely. He is very quick between the wickets, Johnny Bairstow. This is a cracking lead, though, for the Poms, says Distractor Sports. Yeah. And it's exactly what they needed in a test match that could be shortened due to rain. They needed to find that lead. And to be honest, I didn't see them getting this much of a lead. I thought that they'd be up by maybe like 50 to 100. But the fact that now they are sitting there 165 up with still 4 wickets in hand, like we could see another quick fire 50 runs here from these men. Like they've already had 10 runs actually off this over, which is pretty impressive. What happened to Broad's batting ability over his career, says Junaid. Unfortunately, it just got found out that he wasn't as good with the short ball. And sadly, like that is the case with a lot of tail enders. They just end up like continuously getting short stuff now. Like he got hit so many times. I think it was that second test match. And they were just bowling it. And unfortunately, when he tries to duck the short ball or weave the short ball, he actually turns his head. So he got smacked in the back of the head twice throughout that test. So yeah, unfortunately, Australia will keep on bowling short to him because he's shown a slight weakness in the way he plays. Anderson can whack them in nicely. A good workhorse, says Roof. He's a little bit the same. They'll bowl short to him as well, unfortunately. Nicely whipped by Johnny Bairstow. Time to perfection. And that will be another 4 runs now for the English. And that is actually 12 runs off that over. So the perfect comeback to the wicket falling of Harry Brook. Are you doing all the day's play? At this stage, the plan was going to just be to do session number 1, mainly because we have got that game taking place at 12 tomorrow between Fiji and Tonga, but it might depend. We may stick around for a little bit of the second session of the day, just to have a wee look-see and see what's happening. That one and ouch got to hurt, says Nate. A nice touch, says Tony, and 3 overs difference from Australia with 160 more runs. It's crazy. Yep. The fact that they've been able to go so quickly, all 3 sessions, says Tony. Oh, it would be nice, wouldn't it? Although it will finish at about 5:30 a.m. In the next live stream, we are starting at 12. So to be fair, it would be almost doable. Maybe, but it would be a tricky one, that is for sure. We'll see. Oak's first ball. He's facing off the edge. That's him gone. And that will be the wicket of Chris Wokes, unfortunately dismissed for a golden duck. And Hazelwood's just got that one to move that little bit. And England have gone from being 5 down, feeling comfortable with a lead of 160, to now being 7 down with the lead of 169. This is actually very good work from the Aussies. Taking that new ball, maybe they should have looked at it just that little bit sooner. Says Tony, they're not happy with that dismissal of Wokes. Next, we're going to see Mark Wood. Just talking about the fact that it was an obvious edge, so Australia didn't really appeal for that one. It's not comfortable to sit perched on a wooden Bairstow for 12 hours. It's awful splinters in your sweet ass. There's Ruth. The lucky thing about my seat is it's got a cushion on it, but it's a cushion about this thick. So that's the only thing that stopped me from getting the splinters on it, but it hasn't helped me with me posture. I've noticed that I walk around the house like this now, shoulders slumped, back is cracking every time I move. A 200 lead, please, says Junaid. 200 would be good. Hat-trick ball, though, I just realised. Mark Wood. He had a very nice innings in the last test match. In fact, he had a couple decent innings, just whacking those sixes. Got himself a 6 and a 4 for the first 2 deliveries. I don't think he'll hesitate here to go after this delivery, even though it is a hat-trick ball. If it's there to hit, he might still consider it. They are just showing the 2 dismissals. Harry Brook was the last ball of the over. Josh Hazelwood. And that size looks familiar, doesn't it? Says Junaid. Which one? Oh. Outside off stump, almost the edge. I'm trying to think of what I did with my hands. Oh, yeah. No, okay. I just realized my brain was kicking in because the first thing that I thought of was me going like this. And I was like, wait, the size of like the shoulder width? But no. You were talking about something else, weren't you, Junaid? Almost the same ball, says Tony. And that reminds me, I haven't seen Sweet Ass on here for a while. Yeah. I think he's popped in during Super Rugby. I think it was near the end of Super Rugby. I'm not sure if he's been here for the All Blacks games, though. Stage, how tall is Anderson? Is he taller than Stewart? I think he's slightly shorter than Stewart. Broad, that's an outside edge, but it does go through another gap. They will get the one down to deep third man. And they will take any runs that they can get at this point here, England. Like Junaid said, 200 lead would be ideal. Any more than that is an absolute bonus. I actually went to Bunnings today. I don't know why that is the transition that I've decided to go with. But for some reason, that reminded me that Bunnings did not have a sausage sizzle out the front. And I was quite sad. But I don't know why I said that part of it. Just happened, didn't it? But yeah, Bunnings, they have a sausage sizzle. It's always fun. Bairstow, dot ball there. Bairstow sitting on 27 off 31. And Stokes is the bloke, says Ruth. Indeed. He could be the bloke that helps his side towards the 2-all. Don't often have a sausage sizzle on a weekday. It's a shame, isn't it? Unfortunately. And oh yeah, what supermarkets do y'all have in Waimea? Not Bunnings. Anyway, we've got one New World, which is our only supermarket. We've also got a dairy and another dairy. That's it. Up the road, though, they've got a countdown. And I went there today and I got some stuff. I got some bananas I was very happy about. Got some baby spinach because that's supposed to be good for you, is And there's something else as well, but I cannot remember what it was. Not a bunning sausage sizzle snag, anyway. Nicely cut by Bairstow. Inside edge, but he gets the single. He'll keep the strike for the next over. There's going to be 488 for 7. Take a sip of water. Thank you for the recommendation. I've hardly drunk any of this, which is surprising because yesterday I almost went through the full bottle in about an hour. And Brisbane in again, 36-20. And implosion time, England losing their grip. Slippery now. Here's Ruth. Here we go. We made up for some that we missed out on. Stuart Broad, he looks like he will be the next man to make his way to the middle. Still a little bit of cloud cover. The back Warriors are third on the table. Here's Shane. Doing well. Doing very well, in fact. And I think that's because we didn't cover any of their games. They decided that they'd play well until we try and cover one, and then they'll lose. Stark. Nice ball, but Bairstow is once again able to read it nicely. GoPro Cricket's partnership between you and the young lad. He was flogging it out there, so that would have been Isaac, I believe, but not Kiwi lads Isaac. Cricket Isaac. Got two. They spell their names slightly differently. Isaac of the Kiwi lads, he spells it with 2 A's. Isaac of the cricket team spells it with 2 S's. But yeah, he hits a long ball, that man. It's never fun bowling to him in the nets. Definitely not as a spin bowler because that just pretty much means juicy pies for everyone. Unfortunately, definitely because you're on an artificial. So if the ball bounces and it's not hugely quick, it just hurts. Hamish, you're laughing. Have a glug of fruit juice, strawberry or pineapple. Says Ruth. I actually got my mum a strawberry smoothie from Subway today. And she said it wasn't half bad. It was just frozen strawberry, frozen banana, and some ice, I think. It wasn't too bad by the sounds of it. And Isaac, you the man. Keep it up, my guy. Says Blues Nate. When Australia bat, do they play to win the game or for the draw and retain the Ashes? That's a very good question. And it's a very hard one to answer because, of course, Australia theoretically would like to bat time, but I don't think this pitch is going to be that easy to bat time. So then they have to make the decision, do you still go with a little bit of intent so that if you can get yourself, let's say, 100-run lead near the end, there's still half a chance for you. It's in the air from Bairstow, but it's going to be safe. Going out to the man at deep point to Marnus Labuschagne, they just get the single again. Woody's sitting on 2 off 3. He has left 3 deliveries, or he has got 3 deliveries to face here. And Isaac plays extremely beautiful music. Isaac Hayes, 2 great singer, says Ruth. Nice work from Bairstow, whipping through the ball with the wrists. Are they going to bowl short to Mark, would I wonder? Any other time they've tried bowling short, he's hit them for 6. But then eventually, they have been able to get him out. Here we go. Starks steaming in. Oh, that's a good ball. A little bit of pace on 139 Ks. Mark Wood, bit of a smile on his face as well from it. Broad. They've got Anderson. Now, I don't believe they'll extend the session. If they did lose even 1 or 2 quick wickets here, I think they would still end up going into the lunch break, which will be 40 minutes. And by the sounds of it, we are returning for session number 2. We'll bat for a draw and hope for bad weather, says Peter. Yeah, sometimes batting for the draw can be more risky than batting for the win, I've found, in Test match cricket, mainly if the surface is doing a little bit. Make it tricky once again. I think all Mitchell Stark has to do is put this ball on the stumps and he will get Mark Wood out. The umpire just having a little bit of a chat with him. Goes, oh, and Isaac with the gap. Chills music. Says Blues, Nate. I have to find out what he's up to in terms of whether or not there's any more releasing anytime soon. We are actually going to get to see him for the second Bledisloe Cup game, but not on the stream in terms of we are heading up north for an engagement party. So that's me and the family. And then I'll probably head a little bit further north to go see him the day after we've covered the Springboks Argentina. And also, hopefully, we won't be too sleep deprived at that stage, which we shouldn't be, theoretically. Engagement parties, people don't go too wild at them, do they? When Australia was batting, did 317 and 90 overs look decent? They started off all right. It was just the fact that no one was able to convert into a massive total. Like we saw two men get 51. We saw two men get in the 40s, two men get in the 30s, but no one was able to really get that big score because at the moment, you look at like Zach Crawley and Joe Root, like they've been the big difference in these innings. 84 runs for Root, 189 for Zach Crawley, but then also 61 for Harry Brook and 54 for Moeen Ali have all helped drastically in the way that this one has progressed. 95 overs bowled at the moment. I'll be honest, I don't see England. Oh. And they are just talking about the fact that we've only had 23 overs in this first session. 23 overs in 2 hours is not great at all. Listen to Warner and Kawaja. That's a great shot from Bairstow. The backward cut goes for the 4 runs. Don't come out swinging. I'm leaving okay. I've had enough of their uninteresting use of their bats. Give me woman mud wrestling any day, says Ruth. All right, fair enough. I don't know how I commentate that one on the channel, though. I know that people have wanted us to do women's beach volleyball in the past. As with the Kiwi Lads boys, says Nate. Yeah, it will be good to catch up with them again. We might have to go karting, perhaps, because you guys recently saw that video on the Kiwi Lads Entertainment of I got rear-ended. Unfortunately, that's a great shot down the ground from Bairstow. Back-to-back boundaries now for England, and the lead extends to 182 runs now. I believe he's realised that they need as many runs as they can get in quick succession here just before the lunch break. They have plenty of that next session if they are bowled out to be able to deal with the... I forgot what I was saying. Halfway through that sentence, it just went out the window. I was just watching that on drive from Johnny Bairstow. A thing of beauty right there. He back it up again. He will take the single. In fact, he's running a hard. He thinks he's got 2, and they will get through nicely. Great run in between the wickets from England here. Now, come on now, Roof. Let's go England. It looks cold over there, says Tony. That will now be the 500 runs on the board for the English. Very well batted as a cohesive unit. The only player not to get in double figures, I believe, so far has been Ben Duckett. And, of course, also, unfortunately, Chris Wokes, who did get dismissed for the Golden Duck. And George would love women's beach volleyball. He would. He would love it very much. I don't even know if they show it here in New Zealand, though, is the only thing. I could be absolutely brutal to him and be like, hey, you want to commentate beach volleyball with me? And he'd be like, absolutely. And then what we do is we watch the men's beach volleyball and just look at the sour look on his face all throughout the stream. He'd probably leave, to be fair, rather than sticking around. 95.4 overs, almost 100 bowled by the Australians. Already 11 runs off this 4-ball over at this point. Still got the 2 slips and the gully in the field of play, though. Like they've said, with the movement still in play for Aussie, seeing the swing of the ball, they'll be getting excited. Great shot from Mark Wood. This time he whips it off his pads, and that's going to be 4 more runs. Playing this one like a T20 at the moment, England. They've got 15 runs off 5 balls. Are you going to ring my bell anytime, Nate? An old disco song. Says Roof, and Aussie come back, or end up coming back. Strong batsman. Says Blues, Nate. Hazelwood disappointed. 15 runs so far off this over, and there's still one ball remaining for him. Wood getting into it, says Peter. And yeah, he's normally an aggressive batsman. If the ball's there to hit, he will try and hit it. He's just been bowled. Unfortunately, that one was not there to hit. That one was there to block. And the stump has been knocked out of the ground. I believe that is the end of the session, though. It is 506 for 8 in favour of the English. They are leading by 189 runs. So I wouldn't think we're going to see too much batting from England in the next session. Perhaps a 30 or so minute spell at the most. But then after that, they will be into the bowling efforts. I feel like it would be very wrong to end this live stream now. So we're going to be back for the start of session number 2, ladies and gentlemen. That one in Hayes with the last laugh. Says Annoy. Well, it all depends on how expensive or how crucial those runs are. Have been scored throughout that over first. 500 up for the English, says Ruth. And also was that, what was that, 25 overs? Yeah, 25 overs. Very slow over rate here for the Australian bowling attack. England were the same on the first day. We had an 83 over first day. I don't think it was much more on the second day, about 82 or something. So, yeah, poor over rate from both sides. And it's going to be a shame if the reason we don't see a result is because neither side have been able to get through their required run overs. In fact, it's only 24 overs. The run rate of 5.08 for England. Johnny Depp, anyway. Well, any day on a bar, still a good one, says Ruth. And also, I will walk out of a bar if a DJ played the Barbie song or Barbie girl song from the movie, says Shane. Interesting. Okay. It's only 2 p.m. afternoon here for the boys in Cape Town. There's Ruth. But currently, we've seen some great batting from England, whether it was Zach Crawley getting 189. We saw Joe Root get himself close to the century. Moeen Ali doing nicely. Brook building up a decent innings also. So far, the pick of the bowlers has been Marnus Labuschagne. He got to bowl 1 over for 3 runs, and that made them go, no, we won't bowl him anymore. And instead go back to Travis Head. But it is lunchtime at the moment. Warner must pull his finger out for once, says Hanoi. And Hot Chups breaks. Kiwi had short break shortly, says Blues Nate. So yeah, we will end up having the chips break. I've actually, fun fact, I haven't had hot chips in 5 days, which doesn't sound like very long, but it's a long time for myself, seeing as I was having them as like a snack after each live stream that I was having. But I also haven't had any chocolate in 5 days. So I've been too healthy, I think, overall. Warner must pull his finger out for once. And yeah, the Bombs might get another 20 to 30. And then we will have to bat for 2.5 days. Rain is our only chance. We will be doing rain dances in the car park. There's Peter, and yes, Shane, Barbie Girl, and Ken. There's Ruth, and fun fact. That's sad fact, boss. There's a little bit in it. Had quite a few like chicken dishes and chicken and steak, and today we went out for breakfast with my grandparents. They were also up the road a little bit, so I ended up getting a big breakfast. That was quite nice. Sausages, bacon, eggs, hash browns, and toast. I did have it without the mushrooms and the beans. Don't judge me too much. Felt like the right thing to do. I had hot chips last night with Domino's. Nice. See, that's the thing. Now that the KFC's closed up the road, even though I don't really go to that KFC that much anyway, I feel like while it's shut, I'm just going to eat slightly healthier food. Let's see how it goes. Definitely with cricket season around the corner, I want to try and get slightly more fit so that I don't puff after every single that I run. And Warner has had literally no chance of form yet. What's the hell wrong with it? Says Ruth in there as well. But currently, anyone who is just tuning in now, England sitting 506 for 8 off 96 overs. They've been ticking over quite nicely with that run rate of around 5 per over. We've got the 40-minute break, but then we are back for session number 2 starting at 12:40 a.m. New Zealand time. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We will get our little notes somewhere. Whereabouts? It is there. We'll change it to that. We'll change it to that. There we go. Put that up down the bottom. So you guys know exactly when we are going to be back. We'll be popping away for a little bit. I think I'm going to go have some frozen mango. Seems like a good idea at the time, but nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning in. If you have been enjoying so far, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I'll once again give you guys a little bit of Isaac's music for while I am away. A few songs will be going back to back. Nonetheless, I will see you all in a short moment. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, back for the second session on day number 3. Now, they were talking about it just before. There was a little bit of a rain break, I guess you could call it, during the lunch break. So, hopefully, the rain stays away, although it does seem like in the distance there is a chance that we may see the rain return. We have got Isaac Williams in there from Nate. Of course, all of that music that you guys heard from one of the other Kiwi lads. Isaac, but currently England, they have faced 96 overs. They have 506 runs on the board with 8 wickets. It is now raining once again here. So I don't believe England will be sticking around for a huge amount of time. If they lose one more wicket, I believe that from there, they will then look to clear. I don't think Jimmy Anderson will bat. That rain is starting to get relatively heavily. Unfortunately, this looks like we may get one ball and then they might almost end up going off. It looks like it's quite a bit of a breeze across the ground as well. This rain has got relatively heavy. Can England win it today? I would say not quite. I think that they've put themselves in a very good position, having that 190-run lead, but I don't see the Australians getting bowled out before the end of today. And this rain is starting to get relatively wetting, unfortunately, at the ground. It would be a shame to have waited the 40 minutes for the lunch break to then have it rained off within the first over. But that at the moment seems like it could be a possibility. Also, a relatively strong breeze, like I mentioned. But now Stark, first ball to Stuart Broad. That he faces, it's going to be whipped off the pad for the one leg by. Every run at the moment for England, it is absolutely crucial. Bairstow sitting on 42, the umpires. It looks like he is just switching the side that he's standing on. One of the players, we're just asking him, are we staying out here for this weather? And he went, for now. I think is the best way of describing it. But there's a man with the trumpet. Luckily for him, his trumpet has not been submerged in water as of yet. So play will resume for the next little while. And don't bother what England says, IG. Yeah, they've put themselves in the perfect position here to go on and have a chance of winning this test. The problem will be that rain factor. Stokes almost chopped on by Bairstow, just avoids the stumps. Very close. Johnny Bairstow quite nervous with that one. Wasn't too sure where it had ended up going. He's looking around at the moment. It's raining heavier and 3 balls in. We are now going to have a rain stoppage, ladies and gentlemen. That is very unfortunate. It's straight after the lunch break. Broad wanted to continue. Australia wants to continue. The only ones that don't want to continue by the looks of it is the umpires in this case. Looks like they are going to be possibly putting the covers on now. Hopefully won't be a huge amount of stoppages. A stop for play. Says Connor. Yep. Like they've said, it's a short, heavy shower for the rain radar. Won't be too long of a delay, they have said, but I'm a little bit nervous that it's going to be longer than they are anticipating. But for now, England, they are still going to be batting when they do return. They've said that probably going to be off for about 10 minutes or so for this one. I woke up, checked the score, and 8 wickets that are over my eyes. There's IG. Yeah, they had a few wickets falling in relatively quick succession in a row, unfortunately, for the English. But unfortunately, it is what it is. The weather was going to be rough at times, sadly. And I'll check the weather at Old Trafford, see how long it's there for. Yeah, earlier on, it seemed to only be a short little stint that it was going to be. I'll check the same thing on my side, but hopefully no longer than about a 10-minute break. Talking about the dampness of the pitch, England won't be minding it too much. Old Trafford. Hover cover not making its way onto the field. 39 minutes, it's saying. Okay, that's a slightly longer rain delay than I would have liked to hear. Unfortunately, definitely with it being 12:40 a.m. here in New Zealand. Yeah, 39 minutes for the light rain to stop. Sounds relatively heavy, although that might just be the microphone near the hover pitch. It is about to make its way on. 2 p.m. actually has an 80% chance of raining as well, local time, which does mean, I assume, for that first half an hour or so, the main body of rain has gone east over York. There's only a small patch, says Peter. And yeah, they're certainly going to get hit by the rain tomorrow. That is for sure. It's going to be a wet day. We're hoping to cover some of the cricket throughout the day. Just showing a man putting on his clear poncho as well. There'll be quite a few of those around, but it is bucketing down at the moment at Old Trafford. How was your week, says Connor? It's been not too bad. It's actually gone very quickly overall, which was a bit of a surprise, but I got sick on about Sunday or Monday-ish, so I've had a cold for a few days, but it seems to have come right now, which is good news. Definitely with the weekend just around the corner, but yeah, been flying by. I think the World Cup's going to be here before we know it. And yeah, it will be exciting only in England. It's the middle of summer and it's pissing down. Says IG, they are going to an air break, which means we've probably got another 10 to 15 minutes, if not a little longer, that it's going to be taking place for the rain delay. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go like this, and we are going to go England 508 for 8 with rain delay. We'll put England lead by, how many do England lead by? 189, I believe, or 191 or something like that. We'll go with 191 for now. See whether or not it is correct. Well, there we go. Got that down the bottom. The reason that I've got that is we actually have the potential of being able to watch a video next to us. So what we could do is actually look at the most recent GoPro cricket video. If you guys do want to see some sort of cricketing during this break, rather than just me having the scoreboard there. And with these wind percentages, it's not looking too good for the Australians. Moisture movement, variable bounce. We will be praying for rain, says Peter. And that's actually what they were saying about for England. They'll be frustrated that they can't get a little bit more moisture on the surface, wear it down a bit more, but instead they've got the big covers on it. So yeah, it will be interesting to see exactly how it affects the strategy of England in terms of how many more overs we actually see them bat. Because they might consider a slightly shorter innings now due to that rain. They cannot afford to have that get too close with the Australians. They need to make sure that they are well and truly out in front. Now we've got ads for food. That is annoying because I only had a little bit of mango in between the sessions, and now I'm like really keen to cook something bigger after the match or after the session that we're doing. If we get to 550, I'm a happy man. Says IG, yeah, 550 would be more than ideal for the English. To be honest, I think that as soon as we see a wicket falling, they might say that's it, mainly because they won't want to have Jimmy Anderson going out there just to get bombarded with short stuff. Another 20 or so runs even, they'll be like, yeah, that'll do. Should be enough. They'll be hoping for the best. But this could be a very good patch to be able to bowl for the Australians if they are lucky. Or sorry, for the English if they are lucky, I should say. Am I able to put this here and pause it? Oh, I didn't realize I was talking in the video. Hang on, I can turn me down. There we go. Would you guys like to see this video of the GoPro cricketing, or would you prefer a blank screen? Do let me know. Well, it will still have me on it, of course, but you could put me down in this bottom corner. Down in this corner. They're just showing about the Open. I don't know what that accent was. That kind of came out of nowhere, but yeah, showing about the Open golf. It is taking place at the moment. Yep, when you go, or when they go back, our Bairstow will throw a bat and maybe get 20 to 30. Go pro, says Peter. And there's, it looks like the umpires now are starting to make their way back out onto the field. This might actually be a very brief rain delay, which is great news. Overall, they've covered the pitch, though. just with the one cover. There's some really dry ground there. Yeah, this was from January, or in fact, it might have been early February for us here in New Zealand. So it was pretty dry out there on the turf. Unfortunately, the worst thing about it, like it was great for the outfield because that ball just kept on rolling. But the unfortunate side of things was when you were fielding, you just ended up with grass burn all up and down your elbows. Like you'd literally just be skidding along and taking the skin off any time you tried to
Another GoPro
pretty much do anything
video on the
I'm going to mute it for a start, just so that it doesn't make too much noise. What side does the scoreboard on? Hopefully I'm on the different side. It looks like they might actually be taking the covers off, so we might not be too far away, ladies and gentlemen, from seeing the cricket get back underway. That's me. It's right there to my side. Talking about the fact that it could be quite good time to bowl with the wet ball. Ben Stokes doesn't look like he's in any hurry, though, to give away that declaration if he is going to be declaring right now. Great lead. That's what you got to do in a test match. That's what we won't see the English doing. I think we're only like a minute or so away. Sorry, I'll pause that right in between a cover drive. I'll show you this one, and then I think we are going to be back underway with the players in this match. But yeah, this cover drive, bang, give it some of that. Out through the covers. The ground was wet. Or no, sorry, it was very dry. So I went nowhere. What we're going to do is we're going to go like that, that, and that. Here we go. They've taken the covers off. Are they good enough to continue? I think it doesn't look too bad. The umpires are looking at their watches. I'm hoping they don't go, let's give it 5 minutes, and then it starts raining again. But are we going to be back? Oh, no, that's more rain. I think I can see there. Oh, no, that's actually just the belt going around on the floating covers. We'll have an update very soon in terms of the time. I realized I showed you guys 2 GoPro cricket balls, and that was it. For the players, it looks like England, Australia now making their way back out onto the field. Right, this isn't going to be a very long delay, which is great to see. 1:55. I think they've said is when it's coming back, so that is in 3 minutes' time. They're asking the question whether or not you do declare now if you're England, and by the sounds of it, they're going to make their way back out onto the field one more time here. Okay, they're just talking about earlier on with Stokes, how he made the comment of what's the point in pushing Jimmy Anderson out the door, which is why I believe that this partnership here between Bairstow and Stuart Broad will be the last one we see of England in this innings. 9 runs. I don't think England would mind bowling in these conditions too much. The only problem would be the fact that that new ball would get old a lot quicker due to the moisture. Yeah, Australia are keen. They're already out there on the field. Broad and now Bairstow, both making their way down the steps. This can go like that. There we go. We're all good to go for the next session, ladies and gentlemen. So we had 3 balls of it. We got off to a good start. Mitchell Starc was a decent shot out through cover by Johnny Bairstow throughout those 3 balls. Like I've said, the time is ticking. With the forecast tomorrow being the way that it is, every minute of this test match could be crucial. I think that's why both players have made their way out onto the pitch a little bit earlier than first anticipated. The rain, or the radar shows a small amount of rain over Marsden, so I think we will be okay mostly for the rest of the day, says Peter. Yeah, fingers crossed that the rain does not stick around at all today for the rest of it, mainly because they're going to need every moment of this contest. Yes, so he will be at the striker's end to Mitchell Starc, the lead of 191. We are now back into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Mitchell Starc will continue his spell and continue his over. England, they are 8 down. I don't believe they will go 10 down in this. If it's 9, they will declare. Let's see what Starc can do. It looks like the sun's out now at the ground, which is fantastic news compared with the fact it was raining only around 10 minutes ago. But now Stark down the leg side a long way, and that's going to start with maybe even 5 wides, or are they? Oh, they're cool buys. That's harsh on Alex Carey there. And not the start coming back from the break that Mitchell Stark was after. He actually started the 3 balls prior actually a lot better than that one, but too far down the leg side. Almost could have been a wide. But it's 4 extra buys, and now England find themselves with that little bit more of a lead, which the scoreboard will let us know in a very short moment. We'll go like this. Jimmy Anderson has the pads on. So this might, it doesn't seem like a good idea to put Jimmy Anderson out there. Right, it still says there's a rain delay, but the rain delay has finished, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully that will be fixed in a short moment. Johnny Bairstow cuts that one from close into the stumps. And don't get your hopes up. I'll start tipping down again, or it'll start tipping down again soon. No, I'm British weather, says IG. And yeah, I think if we end up with another rain delay that looks slightly sufficient, it may be the end of our day 3 commentary, only because we weren't actually going to be doing this session. We were going to be going to bed a bit earlier for our 2 rugby live streams and the Ashes day 4 tomorrow, if we do get to cover some of it without the rain being a factor. But yeah, this is later than we were going to be streaming for this one, because I wanted to see what would happen. I wanted to see if Australia got those couple quick wickets, or whether England were able to get themselves another big partnership. Played by Stuart Broad. He'll take the single. Knows that every run is crucial here for England. Takes the single, and now he will be facing off with Pat Cummins. That is the end of the over. The scoreboard is still misbehaving. There we go. That's what we like. Lovely. It is now all working the way that it should. Sorry, it might be Hazelwood, in fact. Or is it? Now that looks like Josh Hazelwood. They are going to keep him on from this end. He's got himself 4 wickets, so actually iron up a 5 here for the Australians. He did come in for this test match rather than Scott Boland. Hasn't been looking too bad throughout the early stages. Field set. 2 men in the deep on the leg side. 1 guy deep on the offside. That is that point. Rain may play a big part in this game. Exactly right, which is why England, they won't want to use up too much of the time here. Definitely not if they're scoring a lot of runs. But luckily for them, Johnny Bairstow, with him being at the crease, I believe he will be able to score relatively quickly and relatively freely. Broad stepping back. He's edged it. Gone to Steve Smith, but it did go off the bounce. I believe Broad is going to be looking for the single or the boundary of each of these deliveries. Like they've said, more opportunities for Broad to be able to hit the boundaries with the field set that they have got. About 6 men in close, whereas only 3 out on the boundary. Looks like there is still some pretty dark cloud in the background. Hopefully that rain does stay away for that little bit longer, at least till the stage that we know how many runs England are going to have to lead. Nice single taken by Stuart Broad. Now Bairstow gets the strike back. And Nito Bairstow, don't mess up. Says IG. Yeah, if he is able, I mean, he's 7 runs away from his half century. He's sitting on 43 off 43. The rain started again. Please be light. Don't pour down, please. I really don't want this one to be rained off. I know that it won't be completely today, but sadly, if there's too much more rain, it will be getting late here in New Zealand. So they got 1 slip, 4 men out on the deep, or kind of round mid-deep. On the leg side, he's slowly making his way towards the boundary, and then pretty much everyone else is back. They're looking at Bairstow as an option of being able to get either boundary or nothing, although he's going to say push for 2 here. And I believe they'll just take the 1. Well cut off by Travis Head, who was in the deep. Does now mean that Stuart Broad will be back on strike. Bairstow, 44 off 44. Useful runs for the English. Their lead currently of 199. I know that the crowd will certainly cheer when they get to that 200. A little bit of a cross breeze, though, plus the wet conditions, a new ball. This could be a very good patch of bowling from England if they are able to make the most of the conditions. But first, they need a few more runs. Stuart Broad, toe end. It's gone up and it's falling safe. Usman Khawaja not quite able to cut it off. Did they run? Yes, they did. They managed to get themselves a single off that one of Stuart Broad. It was almost a half chance. He decided to take it on down the ground, stepping back to leg. So it was always going to be hard to generate that power the way he was stepping away from the ball. But still another run. The lead now sitting on 200 for the English. Stuart Broad thought he was gone, just falling in the gap. Khawaja not able to get to it. Bairstow back on strike. Shot. Beautiful cover drive. Smashed almost through. They will be able to get themselves to 2 runs for it. And anytime they can do that with Bairstow on strike is a huge bonus. Now we'll be looking for the single. They may consider bringing the field in, which then opens up the opportunity of Bairstow finishing this over with a boundary. But I believe if he had to pick and choose, he would much rather get a single here rather than having Stuart Broad have to face Mitchell Starc. Lead of 202, every run crucial for England at this point of the match. Definitely with the weather against them. Hazelwood, final ball of his over. It's a short delivery. Bairstow unable to get onto it. And that will be the end of the over. It is 519 for 8. Here's a question, ladies and gentlemen. 12 balls before we get to 100 overs faced by England. Will we see a wicket of either Bairstow or Stuart Broad before they reach 100 overs faced? Do let me know. I have that little sneaky feeling that Stuart Broad may end up dismissed before those 12 balls have been played out. I guess there is rain in the forecast for the weekend. Playing time will be limited. Says Peter, exactly right. Broad now going to be on strike to Mitchell Starc. He has taken 2 wickets. Has gone for 121 runs in the process. Stuart Broad with that last run that was not caught. He ends up with 1,000 runs up against the Australians in his Test career, which is pretty impressive for a man who normally bats around that 9 to 11 mark. He's hit that one nicely, though. Stuart Broad lofted out through cover. This will be 2 runs here by the looks of it. And they will take both of them. Great shot from Stuart Broad. Moves up to 5. Don't think there will be. Says IG, fair enough. So I guess the next question for your IG, if it's not before the 100th over, which batsman do you feel will be the man dismissed next? Do you think it will be Bairstow or do you think it will be Broad? Let me know. Broad keeps the strike. Bairstow sitting on 46 at the moment, so he would love to get himself the half century. And to be fair, since he's been keeping better, he has been batting better as well, Bairstow. Get a start, put this one. I'm expecting a short ball soon. There it is. It's short. Stuart Broad manages to hoik it away to the man at mid-on, Khawaja. Another run taken. He moves up to 6 now. Lead of 205. It only just reached 200. But these few extra runs ticking over could be very crucial. Ben Stokes, he's got the feet up. He's chilling out, stretching the legs. He doesn't seem in any hurry to get out there onto the field at this point in time. And I think Brendan McCullum was sitting on his phone. So he also feels like they may not declare anytime soon. Abroad, I think he'll try smashing it and get caught out. Fair assumption. Definitely after that shot 2 balls ago from him. Oh, that was almost a caught and bowled chance for Mitchell Starc, but it did bounce before him. Notice there's Stuart Broad walking right up the danger zone where you're not supposed to walk as a batsman. Umpire didn't call him out for it though, so just testing it out, roughing up the sprigs maybe. Got everyone back for Johnny Bairstow. There is still a slip. There are 3 men on the leg side, mid-wicket backwards. And then the same can actually be said about the offside as well. Plenty of fielders out and about. Nice shot from Bairstow, whipping it off the pads. We'll just get the single for that one. Now the 1 ball remaining for Stuart Broad to face the end of this over. In fact, 2 balls left, I believe. That's the thing. Stuart Broad, he is a decent batsman. He does get caught out a little bit with the short stuff, although he played that last pull shot very well, managed to glide it down along the grass, but top edge could be coming soon for him. Stark still relying on that first slip option of Steve Smith, stepping away to leg. Broad will again get himself the single. He's working, manipulating the field very nicely here, Stuart Broad. Not allowing the Australians to bowl to one individual for more than 1 or 2 balls. David Warner still trying to fire up his bowlers. I should mention Bairstow 3 runs away from the half century. We have already seen Moeen Ali, Joe Root, Zach Crawley, and also we saw the 50 from Ben Stokes. Did he get 50? Oh no, Harry Brook, I think it was, who managed to get himself the other 50. We've seen quite a few anyway from the English. That is going to be hit out in the deep. Another single taken to close out the over. Bairstow will retain the strike. It is now 525 for 8. Lead of 208 now for England. Even if they can push this towards 220, would be massively beneficial. And those few extra runs to be able to work with. They've got a strong bowling attack coming into this match very soon with Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, Mark Wood, Chris Wokes, and then Moeen Ali, the spinner. Stokes, I don't believe, will bowl. They've also got the part-time spin of Joe Root if they do get very desperate and aren't able to pick up those wickets with Moeen Ali in the tough times, because there may be a few of them with the stop-start. It may feel like an eternity for England to get those 10 wickets, but once they're able to, this match well and truly opens up, and it's just that question of how much time will we have left at that point. Hazelwood, he's going to continue his bowling spell. Already bowled 24 overs in this innings. Johnny Bairstow whips it to the leg side, wants 2, will not end up getting it in the end. They do just take the 1, and Bairstow moves up to 49 runs now. For Australia, they seem too content with allowing England to be able to rotate that strike. They know that Bairstow would be going for those big shots if they had the field in. Stuart Broad is a bit of a mixed bag in terms of whether or not he's going to be more defensive at times or whether he's just going to go after it. I believe if he gets a short ball here from Hazelwood, though, he will have a decent crack at trying to whack it away towards the boundary. David Warner, in fact, Steve Smith is being sent out to the boundary. They have got another man back on the leg side, which makes me think, with the fact that they don't have a slip, I do not think this ball is going to be pitched up. Broad now on strike again. Shorter ball. Doesn't really carry through as high as it was. That's 20 runs since lunch. Anything more than 30 extra is a real bonus. Real bonus for the Poms. Exactly right. Any extra runs here, hugely beneficial. They've actually got a few men on the offside, not quite on the boundary. They got the 3 men back on the leg side for Stuart Broad. So if he does feel confident to play that pull shot along the ground, he may find himself the single. We're hearing a boo at the moment. I believe that's because Steve Smith is out on the boundary. He's not a very popular man in England. Pitched up. Broad has hit that one very high in the air. Hazelwood says that's mine, and he takes the catch. That will be 5 wickets now for Josh Hazelwood. Derek Lewis has said, piss off, lads. Is that like me, or is that England or Australia? Anderson puts on the helmet. He is willing to go out there, get a couple extra runs. He's probably going to receive some short stuff, more than likely. And Stoke will have different weather forecast. They should be bowling right now, says Edger. I think that they're definitely not too far off. But the fact that they're sending Anderson out is a massive, massive risk, I guess you could say, because if he gets injured, gets a ball to the hand or one in the elbow, if that takes away one of the English bowling attacking options, that's not going to be good for them. They have already got a couple players out due to injury. And called it, says IG. Yeah, before the 100 overs as well, only 9 balls after we mentioned it. The wicket did fall, but I would say that it's not too far away from us getting to see the Australians batting once again. Now, in their first innings, they were bowled out for 317 off 90.2 overs. This one could be, well, this one they're going to have to bat for a lot longer than 90, I would say, to be able to keep this test match in the running. The problem is they cannot afford to not score runs while doing it, just in case England do find a little bit of a successful patch and they manage to get themselves a few quick wickets, but not too many runs. Then this 209-run lead becomes very big for them, and probably another 2 overs or so. Says IG. I believe, is it going to be Anderson on strike or is Johnny Bairstow? It looks like it is going to be Jimmy Anderson on strike for this delivery. I just really hope he doesn't get hit with the ball. This seems like a very big risk for Ben Stokes, but he knows that he's still got Bairstow at the crease. So I believe we will see Bairstow start having a right crack at this in the near future. Jimmy Anderson getting a massive round of applause from the crowd when he made his way out onto the field at Old Trafford. Now he just needs to avoid the golden duck. That's the big one. And I feel like the crowd will applaud him even more than they just did. Jimmy Anderson chance, of course, at his home ground as well. Wouldn't have had too much to do with England's decision to send him out there, but maybe just that little 2% or so. That because he's at home. But Hazelwood, short ball, well played by Anderson. Hits him, I think, maybe on the glove or the bat handle. Bit higher up there. They have got the man at bat pad as well, nice and close, looking for that ball to just pop up. I think the commentators are just saying what I just mentioned about how you don't want to see Jimmy Anderson, if you're England, getting hit in the shoulder and the elbow or anywhere around there. That might heavily affect the way that he bowls. Hazelwood now, another short ball goes down the leg side. Just the 1 ball remaining now of this over. And then Bairstow will have the strike. And with so many men back, Bairstow will have to think long and hard about what he wants to do here. Does he want to go after those boundaries and try and hit it over the fielders? Or does he want to keep on rotating that strike, maybe have Anderson face a few more deliveries? As Jimmy's last Ashes test on his home ground, I say they're letting him bat, I guess. Says Peter. 1 ball remaining. Hazelwood, another short ball, ducks underneath it, and that'll be the end of the over. 100 now, overs down, and it is 526 for 9. Yeah, the other side of things is Bairstow's on 49 runs. So at this stage, I believe he won't take that into his own consideration. He'll be thinking of the team, thinking what will be best for them. And that will be to get maybe another 10 to 15 runs on the board in quick succession. It's going to be Mitchell Starc, who, to be fair, Bairstow has been playing very well. Been able to whip him to the leg side quite nicely with that in swing that Starc had early on in the innings. Early on with the new ball also. He has only faced 50 deliveries, but he's got to take on the Ben Stokes role here. Now, we have seen Stokes play in quite a few of the most recent Ashes test matches. I've got everyone back. Australia have no intentions of having Bairstow on strike unless he's willing to take the risk to go for the reward of hitting the boundary on the full. Bairstow now. You might consider trying to take the quick 2, but it didn't quite happen when Stuart Broad was at the middle. He's hit it to the leg side, beautifully whipped away, and that is a great shot from Johnny Bairstow. That brings up his 50, and that was a extremely flat 6 from Bairstow. So that now brings the lead up to 215, but a well-deserved 50 for Bairstow. He kept well. He's batting well now also. And he needed a big performance to have a chance of getting selected in that final Ashes test match. And with that beautiful shot, goes over the top of Cam Green for 6. Bairstow has a few more to his tally. Is this something he's going to do again, though? Off this next ball. Starc, beautiful Yorker, the classic Starc in swing, although it didn't swing as much as he would have liked. No run called by Johnny Bairstow. Come on, says IG. Runs being crucial. Any extra that come off this Bairstow bat, England will be more than happy about. But that was exactly where Stark need to bowl that one. Bairstow, the big call of no run. He's fired up at the moment. He make the most of the aggression. Stark, he'll be up for the challenge though. He has got himself 2 wickets so far in this innings. 4 balls remaining. Outside off stump. Trailing wide. Bairstow just shrugs it off and says, well, I'm not swinging at that one. Actually was checking with the umpire, seeing whether or not there was a chance that it could have been called as a wide. So he wants to hit it towards mid-wicket on that leg side. And yeah, well bowled by Mitchell Stark, just slightly, I guess, poking the bear of Bairstow, seeing whether or not he's willing to go for the attacking option on that offside. I think he might consider doing it again here, Mitchell Stark. Yes, he does. It's outside off stump. It's drilled down the ground by Bairstow, and no run is called again. Every Australian other than Alex Carey and Mitchell Stark are out on the boundary rope at the moment. So makes it relatively tricky to be able to get 4s, but 6s are still an option if you go over the top. So he'll be looking for a single at some point. Be able to get it to Jimmy Anderson, or he's got to go big. Just attack the ball, try and get back-to-back boundaries. Bairstow now on strike. 55 or 54 balls. Being able to score it, that's 6 and over or so. So they are changing the field partially here, Australia, bringing in a few fielders, about 6 in front of square. Which does mean Bairstow, if he wants it down the ground, it is to the leg side, and it's very nicely bowled by Mitchell Stark. The leg stump Yorker just trailed a little bit further down leg. Now there's 1 ball remaining. Just talking about the forecast for tomorrow. Doesn't look good. Luckily, we've got this session taking place, though, because briefly it did look like we weren't going to get much of this session with that rain that was hanging around. Now, Stark, final ball of his over. Nicely whipped to the leg side by Bairstow. And that ball, oh, it's gone through Steve Smith and actually raced to the boundary for 4. I was confused. I was wondering whether or not Smith had actually taken that screamer. But then I noticed both of his hands were flat on the turf, so he hadn't. Yeah, 4 more runs for Johnny Bairstow. He moves up to 59, and England moved to 356 for 9. Still time remaining in this test match. How much time, we do not know. Unfortunately, theoretically, they can still have another 8 sessions, including this one. But realistically, I would say they're probably only going to get maybe 5 of those sessions, if not less. 6 if they're lucky. So, as many runs as they can get early on here for England, they will be well and truly taking it. But Jimmy Anderson, now back on strike. Hazelwood the bowler with this 5 for already. Shorter ball. Awkward one for Jimmy Anderson. Gets hit on the glove again. He's still out there. And this partnership will be one to look at due to the runs Bairstow has been able to get for himself since Anderson made his way to the crease. Already seen 10 runs added to Bairstow's total. They can keep this momentum going, add another 15 or so, maybe even 20. All very impactful. Sun looks like it's back out, though. Possibly. Talking about whether or not Hazelwood should just put this ball on the stumps. It could be a good option. I believe they are going to be continuing to bowl short. Australia will see this as an opportunity to take out a bowler. They're going to take the quick single off the bouncer. That is great work from Johnny Bairstow to see that they were just going to continuously bowl short to his number 11. Anderson gives him a clap for it, and now Bairstow is back on strike. And an extra by. 220 now the lead. The shorter ball, realised that Alex Carey was going to have to take that one from above his head. And it was well worked and well realised by Jimmy Anderson that they were going to be taking on the quick single. For Bairstow. 3 deep on the leg side. In fact, I think everyone is slowly working their way back to the boundary. They have got, they've got the deep third man, they've got the deep backward point, they've got the deep cover, the deep wide on, the deep wide off. Oh, beautifully glided by Bairstow towards the boundary, well fielded by Stark, although he doesn't look happy, and I believe that's going to be another 4 runs now for Bairstow. That was probably one of the only gaps that were on the field that he could have hit it to 4, and that was just due to the extra pace he could generate from using the speed of the ball alongside it. Just gliding that one down. Mitchell Stark was very quick to call this as a boundary, but I guess he would have felt it. Yeah, the elbow just ended up hitting the boundary rope. Decent effort from the big man, definitely due to the injuries that he had throughout this Ashes test. Still putting the body on the line for Australia. Bairstow still has the strike. Work to the leg side. Cold as no. Definitely could have been a single there, but they aren't willing to take it at this point. 4 balls bowled by Josh Hazlewood in this over, 2 remaining. So this is when we see the field start to creep in a little bit. Or at least I thought they would have. It seems like a majority of the field is actually going to be staying out. Other than, I believe they brought in a mid-wicket. That is the only position that they've got someone. So they're willing to give Bairstow the single by the looks of it for the sake of getting 1 ball at Jimmy Anderson at the end of this over. Hazlewood short ball. Bairstow unable to get onto it. What about the ramp shot over the top of Alex Carey? But now the 1 ball remaining. This is when the field has to come in. They have to keep Bairstow on strike. If Mitchell Stark gets a full over to Jimmy Anderson, I think this one's done and dusted. But if they can once again get that single of Bairstow, I think this one's going to be wide outside off stump from Hazlewood here. I think that he'll try and really stretch the arms of Johnny Bairstow. Have Australia given up on this test or what? They are so negative, says Paul Christopher. I think they've made many mistakes throughout this test match, the Aussies. And at the moment, the tactics that they're going for, like they're bowling continuously short to Anderson, whereas all it takes is 1 pitched up delivery. That's a great shot from Bairstow again. He's managed to pierce the field, and it will race to the boundary. 4 runs to close out the over. It will frustrate Australia, but they now have Anderson on strike for the next over from Mitchell Stark. But all they need to do, pitch the ball up to Jimmy Anderson. You'll take his stumps out of the ground. I've done it before in the last test match, even though they wanted to bowl short balls to him for about 5 overs first. You pitch that ball up in a decent enough delivery, you're going to be able to get that Anderson wicket, and then all of these extra runs that they are getting here become redundant because they won't be able to score any more, being 10 down. And on your Bairstow, says Blues Nate. My Ginger says IG. Looks like Pat Cummins coming back into the bowling attack. If he brings himself in just to bowl short, once again, you've got to question the tactics from the Australians. They've been far too happy to allow England to get the singles, to get the boundaries throughout this innings. And they just haven't really got those fields set 100% correct. Pat Cummins, 2 men in close. Marnus on the offside. Travis Head on the leg side. Very valuable runs. Exactly right. Short ball. Anderson swats it away to the boundary for 4 runs. Oh, Ben Stokes very happy with that one. He's slamming on the glass in the changing shed. Anderson moves up to 4 runs off 6. Once again, I'm going to mention it. They might get Anderson out in the end bowling short. Don't get me wrong, it is an option. I think Australia, the tactic more here is to hurt him rather than to get him out, because that's the only reason I can think of why you would bowl consistently short to a tail ender who has been bowled multiple times throughout this Ashes series. Go, Jimmy, says Peter. Brilliant shot. Just talking about can't have too many behind leg for Pat Cummins. Another short ball ducked underneath it for Anderson. A pitched up ball's got to be coming, doesn't it? At some stage. I know that I sound like a broken record at the moment, but if they pitch it up, the only thing getting broken is Jimmy Anderson's stump. But they keep on going short. That's the tactic. Anderson, as long as he doesn't get hit by any of these deliveries, he's feeling good. Another short one from Cummins, ducked underneath it for Jimmy Anderson. Johnny Bairstow, they're talking about the fact that he is backing up very thoroughly, making sure that he stays in his crease before Pat Cummins does bowl the ball, just so that that man-cat option is no longer on the table. We know that we've had some controversy throughout this Ashes series. That would certainly get added to that list. Anderson again, back over the wicket for Pat Cummins, and it's short again. Well played by Jimmy, just keeping that short ball out. 4 consecutive deliveries at the moment. They're saying it's frustrating for Australia. It's more frustrating for the ones who just want him to bowl it full. If he pitches the ball up, this game's done and dusted for this innings anyway. But just, I don't know what the plan is. Anderson's ducking well. He hasn't been hit with the ball too often. I think he's taken a glove for 1 or 2 deliveries, if that. Cummins changing his field slightly. There's the pitched up ball just around the corner. Going short again. Nicely glided down by Jimmy Anderson. Only 1 ball remaining now in the over that he has to face before it's back to Bairstow being on strike. I think the Australians are hoping for rain. They will be, because they find themselves now down by 232 runs, which is starting to get up there. Of course, England, they like the looks of that swing that was happening. Anderson can bat about higher score of 81 in a test match against India, says Chris Nixon. Yeah, the setup needs to be, if you're going to bowl them short balls, bowl them 1 or 2. That was 6 balls short from Pat Cummins. So eventually Anderson's going to be ready for it, and he's half by going to be premeditating the duck, which then, if he's already half by getting ready to go back and get underneath it, you pitch that ball up on his stumps, he'll get caught in 2 minds, and he's either going to push at it and end up possibly finding that edge, or go straight through him. And I think that this is going to be a very interesting patch of this game for Australia, because if they can't get Anderson out and they're willing to sacrifice runs for Johnny Bairstow, England's lead could get up to 250 easily here. As long as this partnership keeps on building. At the moment, Anderson has added 4 to the equation. We're seeing Bairstow manage to get his 50 since then, has got 18 more runs, so an extra 22 runs in this partnership now. Right, everyone is back for England once again. It's Hazelwood to Johnny Bairstow. Gets it off the outside edge, but there is the man back there, Mitchell Starc. Fields it. They don't take the single this time. A little bit straighter than he was the last one. So it looks like he's just having a bit of a conversation. Steve Smith still getting booed by the crowd. Often does, though, when he's out on the boundary rope, unfortunately for Steve Smith. Not just in England either. Remember, Hazelwood now over the wicket. Solid from Bairstow. Consider trying to run the two. Are all the Australian fielders on the boundary? Yep. Other than the wicketkeeper and the bowler, and maybe one guy down the ground that they've got about 10 metres or 15 metres in off the boundary, everyone else is back for Australia currently. So Bairstow just having a bit of a chat with Anderson, maybe saying, just look for that two if it's there. Because Bairstow may just look to tap and run here. Oh, Bairstow. Short ball to him. He's gone after it here, Johnny Bairstow. It's over the top and it's 6 more runs for the Englishman. 73 runs now he moves up to. Of 63 deliveries, that is the 6th 6 that we have seen from this English innings. And here's a stat for you. 55 fours have been scored. That is 220 runs worth of 4 runs. You add the 6s on top of that. That is 256 of the runs for England have come from boundaries. Over half of them almost. In fact, the fact that it's not over half is actually quite impressive for them as well, because that just means that the singles have been coming a little bit too easy. Steve Smith now has to go and get the ball. Getting a bit of slack from the crowd. He's trying to find the ball. It is underneath. Did Marnus find it? Yeah, he did. It's underneath one of the covers that they had. Go, Johnny, says Peter, and yes, says IG. And that's how you play Test cricket, says D-Funk. Definitely talking about England in that case. Australia's tactical side of things. And it happened in the last Test match as well. When it came to that pressure situation, we saw the Aussies slowly crumble. And it's been the same here. They have conceded a lot more runs than they would have liked. Another short ball. Bairstow hasn't got enough of that, but it will fall safely. Doesn't carry to the fielders. Australian public won't be happy if they lose the Ashes. That's for sure, says Paul. Yeah. And like someone said earlier on, at the moment, the Australian side of things, the rain's going to be their best friend. The more time they can take out of this game due to rain, the better in their case. But England, they are at the moment a side that have got a fire lit underneath them. I remember after the second Test match, Ben Stokes or Joe Root, I still don't know who it was who said it. I think it was Ben Stokes. But he said we went 3-0 up against the Kiwis. We went 3-0. We won 3-0 up against the Kiwis. We won 3-0 up against Pakistan. Now we need to go 3-0 up against Australia for the final 3 tests. No excuses to lose from 2-0 down, says IG. And Johnny has batted well, yes, says Daniel Jones. Exactly right. Picking his ball as well, Bairstow. There is 1 ball remaining here. Australia bringing their field in again, but anytime they've done that, Bairstow's hit it to the boundary. Which has to be frustrating, although should mention the last ball of this over is going to be Jimmy Anderson on strike after Bairstow took the single. I'm surprised that Jimmy Anderson, they haven't got more men back. I would have thought that they'd be looking for him to get a single here. Have him on strike to Mitchell Stark. Oh. Someone's pulled out of the run-up. I think that was Josh Hazelwood just hesitating and going back round for another lap. Very valuable runs, these. Exactly right. And this partnership has moved up to 28 runs between them. Jimmy Anderson finds a gap in the field, but they will not take the single. And that is the end of the over. 239 is the lead and 556 for 9 now for England. And you can see by the demeanour and by the body language of Australia, they are not happy. Marnus Labuschagne, the way that he took off that helmet, he is frustrated with the fact that they just can't pick up this wicket that they need. Anderson, big smile on his face. He knows that he doesn't have to face the next delivery, but Johnny Bairstow will. And McCullum, a real smile on his face as of yet, but might be one later on if England are able to get themselves the victory in the second test. For the Australians, Marnus Labuschagne, still the pick of the bowlers in terms of that economy, only bowling the 1 over, but going for the 3 runs. Travis Head, he's been expensive, 7.43. Cameron Green actually might not be a bad option here, but the problem is that he will be told to just bowl short. And that is the tactic that has made Australia concede the last about 40 runs or so. And how this guy, I'm at the gas station in driver's seat waiting on the old mate, going for petrol plus the hot foods. Big shot from Bairstow, slashes it to the leg side, but it goes out to the fielder, Steve Smith, in the deep. Guy pulls in, gets out of the driver's seat, fills his gas tank. I'm in the gas station in the driver's seat waiting for old mate to pay for petrol plus hot food. Guy pulls in, gets out of the driver's seat, fills up the gas tank. Wait, so did he go in front of you, or was it your passenger who was filling up your one? Nate, just got in, mate. Geez, Bairstow with 74. Come on, England. Doing nicely. Oh, they could take the single if they want it. I don't believe they do yet, though. With still 4 balls remaining in this over. Bairstow just asking whether or not it is the end of, I guess it's a dead ball he was asking, so that he could leave his crease, goes into the store, pays for his petrol, returns to his car, gets in the passenger seat instead of the driver's seat. So no one's in the driver's seat as of yet, Blues Nate. I know that a while ago, our car, the locking on it wasn't quite working. So sometimes you actually had to enter. That's a great shot from Johnny Bairstow. And that will be another 6 runs now, going up to 80 on the board for him. Hitting the ball brilliantly at the moment, Bairstow. That is the 7th 6 of the day that we've had, or of the innings, I should say. Steve Smith thought he had a crack, but it goes over his head. And I've been watching the women's Ashes as well too. That's been good too, says Paul. Yeah, competitive in those ones, which is great to see. And if Nathan Lyon was not injured, Australia might be on top here, says Daniel Jones. So I guess another question. If Nathan Lyon was injured, and instead of going with an extra all-rounder in either Cam Green or Mitchell Marsh, they had gone with Todd Murphy, would they find themselves in a better position too? Just out of curiosity. No, not yet. He's waiting for someone to come on Australia, says Ali. Men's cricket. Let's get a last wicket. And Jesus Christ, Will. And Bairstow century, says IG. He's getting towards it. That is for sure. Oh, he's got that one, has he? Yep. That one's gone from Bairstow. Another 6 runs. 12 off the over of Cummins. That was huge. That sounded like a whip cracking when Bairstow smacked that one away to the boundary. He is hitting like a madman at the moment, Johnny Bairstow. Moves up to 86 runs on the board now, and England lead by 251. The tactical game of Australia has crumbled, and England are just going for it. They are making the most of their opportunity. All it takes is one pitched up delivery to Jimmy Anderson, and this innings would have been over about 4 overs ago and about 40 runs ago now. Down the leg side, 4 more buys from Pat Cummins. The pressure get into the Aussie skipper, Alex Carey, not able to take it. And that'll be now 14 runs off the over. 572 for 9. And England are destroying the Aussies. And he could get 100. He certainly could. He's got a great chance. Baseball finally working for England, says Daniel Jones. As well. Come on, Australia men team. Let's get this last stupid wicket, says Ellies. Yeah, the decision to send out Jimmy Anderson has become a good one. And I wonder, I want to know what they do in this over. If they continue to bowl short to Anderson, like I wouldn't mind 1 or 2 short balls, mainly because they have to try and set the trap. But you can't bowl 6 short balls to them in a row here. Bairstow moves up to 86, not out off 71 balls, like T20, 14 runs and over, says IG. Going very quickly at the moment, the English. Now Cam Green into the bowling attack. It's short. Half a chance. They're going to take the single. Brilliantly run by Bairstow again. They need to start bowling soon, says Callum. And time to consider declaration, says Ronald Edwards. Yeah, they are getting in that direction. Whether or not they want to use that as just a little bit of a mental edge over the Australian, saying we're declaring. I believe with the way Bairstow's hitting the ball, though, Stokes will give him a couple more overs, see if he can get to his century, because there's a decent chance he gets there, maybe even by the end of this over, the way he has been hitting that ball. Only takes 3 boundaries for Bairstow. I'm assuming at least 1 or 2 of those is going to the 6. That's nearly a 50-run partnership, says Peter. Game-changing partnership for the English here. And they won't declare before he gets 100, says Peter. Yeah, they'll at least wait to see if he can get it pitched up. Slower ball by Cam Green. Well bowled. Outside of off stump. Bairstow thought about just swinging the arch straight down the ground. But that was 105 Ks. Once Johnny gets 100, Stokes might declare, says Daniel. Johnny Bairstow, he was ready to back up quickly, helping out his number 11 batsman. And Aussie bowler bowl full. There's Ellies. The problem that they've got is they're bowling full to Johnny Bairstow, which is putting it in the slot for him to be able to slash and smack away to the boundary. Then they bowl 6 short balls to Jimmy Anderson. He ducks 5 of them, plays 1 safely, and then they repeat that cycle. Anderson, he's only had to face 13 deliveries since making his way out into the middle, and about 6 of those were in 1 over, involving 4 or 5 ducks. Just showing the partnerships. At the moment, the Anderson and Bairstow partnership here, 47 runs between them. Bairstow trying to slash it away. Doesn't get the single this time. Anderson highest score against Australia was 29. 27 not outs in 61 innings, says Chris. Yeah, at this stage, with the amount of short deliveries they've bowled to him, you just need that 1 full ball. And don't get me wrong, Jimmy Anderson, great batsman. But at this point, he'll be premeditating to duck for that ball, and just that little extra split second that he decides to move back rather than forward. That was close to a wide for Cam Green. The umpire doesn't stretch his arms, which of course doesn't make the crowd very happy, and should consider time because of the weather prediction. Time more important than individual scores, says Ronald. And that makes me wonder, maybe Stokes isn't happy with the 256-run lead. Perhaps England want to try and get this one done in 1. They don't want to have to bat again right at the end of day 5. If we do get an end to day 5, they would rather have the runs on the board now and then try and bowl Australia out without having to bat again. Bairstow, he has 2 or 3 overs to get there, says Ronald. I think that's all he's going to need. If he does get there without going out, it's not going to take him very long. Short ball, pulled away to the leg side. 4 more runs for Johnny Bairstow. No fielder there. He moves up to 90 runs off 76 deliveries. Final ball of the over does once again go to the boundary. Now Anderson's going to be on strike to Pat Cummins. This is the interesting over for me. Do you think bowling bowlers bouncing the opposition bowlers is a newish thing? It does seem to be more recent that you bowl 6 short balls, even in Test match cricket. It's almost become a bit of an Ashes thing between these two sides. It's just you bowl short until you get the wicket. Even near the top of the order, we have actually seen it used throughout this Ashes series, such as to Travis Head, such as to Ben Duckett. You just continuously bowl short, starve them of runs until they're willing to take on that shot, and they either get 6 or they get out. And a majority of the time, it's been the case of them getting out in this series. The partnership now, 51 between the two of them. Bairstow, he's got 41 of the balls, 41 to the boundary. Anderson's got the 5 and then the 4 byes thrown in there as well. Jimmy Anderson now on strike to Pat Cummins. Give him 1 short and then pitch it up. If you have to give him 1 short, which I assume the Aussies are going to. And old mate realised he's the only guy driving his car. Poor lad, hard nights at work. I've had to drive him home, says Blues Nate. Cummins pitched up, and Anderson had a bit of a flirt with it, although it was quite far outside of off stump. That will be the most pitched up delivery we've seen to Jimmy Anderson from Pat Cummins at this point. Does Australia need to reconsider their 11 for the next test? Yes. I would say so. They've gone with a very batting heavy lineup for this match. And unfortunately, they just weren't able to perform. Bat in hand getting bowled out for 317. Not having a frontline spinner certainly hurt them, even if Todd Murphy is inexperienced. If you're not going to use Marnus Labuschagne or Travis Head, it's going to be another 4 runs. Cummins tries to bang it in short and ends up going down the leg side past Alex Carey. More buys, 260 runs. Now the English lead by, in fact, 264 with that ball rolling away to the boundary. Race into the boundary. Cummins looks frustrated, but tactics are all wrong at the moment for Australia. Still only 10 away. Looked like the breeze might have picked up the bail there and actually taken it off the stumps. Of course, not just the rain to deal with. In this test match, there's going to be a little bit of a breeze around earlier on in the day. We saw the rain going straight sideways. Cummins pitched up and once again looking dangerous. And they'll get through for the single. Jimmy Anderson. Another bye. He gives the clap to his teammate. Bairstow now takes a strike back. He wants his 100. Doesn't want to see Anderson go out at the non-striker's end, or at the striker's end, I should say. Chomping at the bit to get back on strike. He was running right from the get-go. He made it there safely for himself. And then Anderson was able to run through and get there also. 265 the lead now. Cummins here has gone for 121 of the runs. Outside of off stump, a nice little French cut dabble. Mistimed cut shot, I think, is the best way of describing that for Johnny Bairstow. And he now moves up to 94 with that most recent boundary. Johnny into the 90s, says Peter. Australia never or needs this last wicket bad. If it ever happens, this partnership is hurting them. At the moment, it's moved up to about 59 runs or 60 runs between these two. Just chopping that one off the tail, off the end of the bat for Bairstow. Pitched up, nicely played by Johnny. Got his eye and still knows to block out that good ball rather than taking that risk. I've realised that we initially said we were probably going to cover, those first 2 wickets falling of England and then maybe the first 5 or 10 overs of Australia batting. We are currently now sitting an hour and 7 minutes into the session. It has been must-see Ashes action. And it's currently 1:47 a.m. here in New Zealand. So I think it's going to be a relatively late night for myself. The plan is to cover this session and then, unfortunately, probably not cover the third of today just because we have got an early live stream tomorrow. Shot from Bairstow over the top. Is that going to be 6 or is that just 4? It's going to be just the 4 for Bairstow as he cuts it away on the loft for 4. Moves to 98. If Stokes don't declare, if Johnny gets a century, surely at 600, well, you'd think says IG. Yeah, I think they're only 1 or 2 overs away from declaration, in my opinion. They're getting a lot closer to that 300 mark, which, to be honest, didn't look like it was going to end up happening. And cheers for the commentary, Kiwi lads. I'm going to take this bloke home to the house. The guy's knackered. Let's get it, England, says Blues Day. It's very nice of you to do, Nate. I'm sure he will very much appreciate it. England's making them good, says Yenzel. And the English side, they thought that it might have travelled all the way for the 6 runs. Just short in the end. What are the odds of Johnny getting out on 99? To be honest, not very high because I don't see him taking too many singles unless it's right at the end of the over. But the way that he's been hitting this ball, I feel like it's either getting that 100 or getting out on 98 for that man. But he's currently not on strike. It will be instead Jimmy Anderson. Short ball. And they are going to take the single and they get there as well. Brilliantly run by Johnny Bairstow, just taking single after single in the buys department. Now Bairstow on 98. The opportunity to bring up a historic century for that man. He's had one of those Ashes series that for the first half he surely would have wanted to forget it. But for this game, he had a great day with the gloves. He's now having a great day with the bat, and 100 here might cement his spot in the English side for the next test match. It would be great for the series to be 2-2 going into the last match. Exactly right. Everyone would absolutely love to see this one go down to the wire from a neutral perspective, that is. It's looking very likely. Here's IG. Oh, what's happening here? It's a plastic bag has made its way onto the field. Jimmy Anderson has been able to grab that. We'll give it to the umpire. Bairstow, 2 away from the 100. Cam Green, the bowler. He's going to try and hit this to the boundary. I would think he's cut it away. No run taken. Could have gone to 99. The crowd boo him, but he does not want to expose Anderson again to more bowling. Even though he's shown that he's more than worthy of being able to face this Aussie attack. Stokes, hands in the pockets, looking confident at the moment, which is something you can say about the English side here. Not so much about the Australians at this current point in time. They need the wicket, and they need it soon. Bairstow on 98, pitched up ball. He's going to run this one hard. Anderson is willing to try it. No, he's been sent back. Bairstow, he was willing to turn down that century, mainly because he knew that he was probably going to go out on 99 if they tried to run it. And a bag trying to get into the baseball action, says Edward. That bag will end up over the boundary rope very soon, just like this ball may when Bairstow's on strike. But he ran it hard, and straight away Bairstow said no. Anderson was willing to try, but that would have been a disastrous run if Anderson had gone through for it. Now it means there are 3 balls left of Anderson. What is worse, running your teammate out on 99 or running your teammate out so that you don't get the 99? That's going to be LBW of Anderson. He stepped across the stumps. Thinks he might have a bit of bat on it or something. But Bairstow, this is going to be interesting. He's taken his gloves off, is he? He thinks this might be out. But I was about to say, would you rather run Jimmy Anderson out on 99 or go out or have Anderson go out on 99? He stepped across the stumps. It's hit the pad. It's going towards leg stump here. And the thing is, this is looking relatively likely to at least umpire's call in this scenario. Unless I said haven't watched cricket for years since my dad died. Could someone please explain what is baseball? Well, I'm sorry to hear about your dad, first of all. Baseball, pretty much, it's the nickname given to the English cricket test side, mainly, or the way that they play. Yeah, that's it. 3 reds. Anderson LBW'd. Why did he try that shot? And Bairstow out on not out on 99. Will end out the English innings. He gives the crowd the salute as well, thanking them all for cheering him on. But yeah, it pretty much means to be a lot more aggressive in the test match format. So willing to go at around that 5 or 6 and over, something that not too many sides are willing to do at test match level. The likes of the Australians, we saw there, they were going at about 3.5 and over, whereas England for their innings, they have gone at well over that 5 runs per over. So it's just the aggressive style. And the nickname Bazball comes from Brendan McCullum as their coach, due to his nickname being Baz. Hello from Manchester, says John Walters. Welcome in, mate. Sure you are very happy with what you've just seen from this English batting lineup. And Bazball delivered from baseball, or derived from baseball, basically taking a good swing at deliveries, getting boundaries to increase the run rate. Here's Ronald, and going to be awkward between Johnny and Jimmy. Although the way Bairstow was celebrating, this was his innings for me in this Ashes series. Yes, he didn't get the 100, but he well and truly proved a lot of people wrong. And Stokes is more than happy with the way that he's been able to play. Also, we have got their bad luck. Johnny well played, and Bairstow should have taken the second run. Although the only difference would have been Johnny Bairstow would have been 99 not out, but he would have run out Jimmy Anderson at the other end because they were not getting back for that too. I can tell you that. I think I picked a good time to start watching again. Bazball, love it. Says Lisa. And thanks, I understand completely. Great explanation. Yeah, it's always talked about in terms of people who enjoy the T20 format do seem to enjoy watching England play Test match cricket now, mainly because of the fact that they are willing to go after it. And if they score runs, they score them quickly. If they don't score runs, they've at least tried to score them in quick succession because it's like Zach Crawley was saying. He tried to play consistently throughout his cricketing career. As an opener, he tried to bat time, didn't work for him. In the Bazball technique, he's either going to get some runs around that 10 mark or he's going to get the big score like he got today, 189 on the board. So brilliant batting from him. Johnny Bairstow, 99 not out. Joe Root, 84. Harry Brook, 61. Moeen Ali, 54. It's been a real team effort from this English side. And now they are warming up, getting ready to try and take the 10 wickets to win this test match within the 275 runs. If it is more than that the Aussies score, England will have to bat again at some stage later on in the test match, if we do get a later stage of the test match as well. Rory said Bazball is hitting everything every time. Damn the consequences, and Bazball is fun. And that 66 very valuable runs for the last wicket, says Peter. Exactly right. And the Aussie tactics were just all off in those last maybe 10 or so overs. They just seemed obsessed with bowling short to Jimmy Anderson. If we notice, the way that he got him out was pitching the ball up. What I was calling for 70 runs ago or 60 runs ago in that partnership. Get that ball up there on the stumps. And if Anderson, if he got bat on it, good for him. But if he didn't, that was where the wicket was. Will Moeen Ali be picked over Jack Leach now? I believe that one's probably up to Moeen Ali, mainly because he did retire from Test match cricket, but now he's back in the Test side and actually performing pretty well with the bat alongside the ball. So they might consider him as a future option rather than Jack Leach. The Aussies should bowl on the stumps. I thought the batters stick to Bazball, says Hanoi. Definitely to a tail ender. Yes, Jimmy Anderson, he's a brilliant batsman. He's got a lot of runs in the past. Has a decent average actually up against Australia. But as a tail ender batsman, when you receive 3 or 4 short balls, you're right at the back of your crease. You're giving yourself as much time as physically possible to be able to react. So if you're already in the motion of going backwards, as soon as they pitch that ball up, you're either going to be reaching for it to try and get to that pitch of the ball so that you don't end up getting beaten by the swing or the seam, or it's just going to go straight through you. I prefer Test cricket to T20 every time, says John Walters. I'm the same. I'd say that my order is Test match cricket number 1, T20 number 2, ODI number 3 overall. But yeah, I always love a good Test match. 5 days. Saying that, I mean, if Test match cricket wasn't my favourite format, or T20, to be fair, I don't think we'd be up at 2 a.m. New Zealand time for this one. Definitely not when we've got an early live stream tomorrow that we are doing for a match of rugby. In fact, we've got 2 rugby live streams, plus day 4 of the Ashes if it does get to take place. That's not me saying that Australia are going to get bowled out here. That's me saying day 4 is supposed to be the worst day of the Ashes in terms of weather that we have seen throughout all of the Test matches so far. I'm glad it will go to 2-2. And after this fight back from the English, I'm not sure the Aussies will be able to get the win in the series. Says Enzo, and the Aussies need a Smith and Labuschagne monster stand now, says Edward. They also have to look at the openers. You look at someone like a David Warner who's been struggling for form, although he was able to get himself a few runs, 32 in that first innings. You look at Usman Khawaja. He seems at the moment like he's scoring a lot slower than he normally would. But if he is able to score, the thing is, anytime he scores at less than 50 for his strike rate, it always hurts him. So do you think England got this? I hope the rain stays away, says Ferdinand. It's certainly going to be a rainy day on day 4. That is for certain. Day 5 is an 80% chance of rain at the moment, which is why England, depending on how quickly they can get these wickets, will depend on how people feel about the declaration or the being bowled out with having 275 in the lead. Be interesting to see if Australia try play for time or actually try scoring runs. I think they've got to try and score runs because if they end up batting time or trying to bat time and they end up losing a few wickets, that might actually be more brutal for them because 275 is still quite a few runs on the board. So they either have to decide extremely early that they want to just bat time and hope that they don't end up losing those wickets. And if they do, they just have to consistently try and bat for a lot longer. Yes, Liz, you have it, or you have it in one. England as Bazball bowling. Do we go out in the bowling too? Do we Baz bowl? Or is Bazball strictly for batting? They do quite aggressive bowling at times for the English. I think Mark Wood's going to be one to watch out for in this game, mainly because of that extra bit of pace, 150 Ks. He'll be getting them down there at. And be interesting to see if Australia try play. Oh, no, I read that one, didn't I? And Aussies missed a good spinner in this test, I think. Says Hensel. I think the other side of it is they just didn't persevere enough with Marnus Labuschagne or Steve Smith because they went with Travis Head. He was getting knocked all around the park. Marnus bowled 1 over, went for 3 runs. What was going to be the damage when they now have conceded 592 runs in the innings to give Marnus 5 overs or give Steve Smith a few overs in the middle patch just to see if that could have created the opportunity for a wicket? Instead, though, they went, we've got our pace bowlers who normally get these wickets. We're going to stick with them. We're going to be stubborn. And in the end, it cost them almost 600 runs on the board. Bazball mostly batting quick runs on the board is the target. Obviously, it takes the pressure off the bowl and attack. Says Ronald, is Test cricket going down towards more Bazball or not? I mean, at the start of this Test series and even throughout the first 2 Test matches, it was consistently said in the chat, people were saying Bazball will never win a Test match against the Aussies with the way that the Australians are able to play. But then from there, Bazball has become effective. They won the 3rd Test. They're looking to win the 4th, and they've put themselves in a great position to be able to do so due to how quickly they scored the runs. I think if both of these sides scored at 3.5 and over, this Test match was a draw from the get-go with the amount of rain expected. And go for it until 4 or 5 down, then try to time it. Says Hensel, and what rugby is on this weekend. So tomorrow at 12 p.m. New Zealand time, it is going to be Fiji versus Tonga. And then the game at 5:05 p.m. New Zealand time is Japan versus Samoa. So we will be covering both of those games alongside the Ashes in the evening. I am going to be very sleep deprived over the next couple of days, that is for sure. I already am at this point, and it's not even the weekend yet. But hard to miss any of the action that has taken place, that is for sure. The heavy roller. Just finishing up. Looks like Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson could be the opening combo that they do decide to go with. Usman Khawaja and David Warner, the Aussie openers, who now have 38 minutes to be able to try and survive or prosper themselves a few runs. Quick succession. Remember Shane Warne on the ball of the century? Certainly do. A classic ball. It's very hard to forget. A lot better than my leg spin bowling, that is for sure. Anyone who's seen those GoPro cricket videos, there's one coming up soon where I try and bowl a leggy. I didn't get the memo that the ball was supposed to hit the pitch, unfortunately. So that was slightly unfortunate. Almost a double bouncer too, but should be right next season, hopefully. If England win the Ashes with Bazball, I think another of other sides are going to or might adopt it. Well, even Pakistan, someone was saying that they're playing quite a Bazball style up against Sri Lanka, looking to score quickly. But first of all, Jimmy Anderson now, first ball to Usman Khawaja. And it does end up kind of getting trapped in I think that was the vest of Khawaja, then the pad, then it slowly rolled down. I'm critical of Bazball, says John Walters. I think a lot of people are. And it's one of those ones that there's positives and negatives of the way that it plays. Because if you end up losing early on in a test match because you've been bowled out twice playing silly shots, people do criticize. They say, why did we do that? Why don't we try and dig in the heels, do nicely? But there are other times where England have been able to create moments and results that they wouldn't have got prior looking specifically at that series up against Pakistan when they were batting on roads that could have gone for 18 days and the pitch still wouldn't have broken up. England needed to speed it up in that 5 days, and they were able to do so. Get themselves that 3-0. And Anderson, Lancashire legend, says John, I think the quicker scoring might encourage more countries to do it because more people will watch it, says Peter. But I should mention Usman Khawaja getting himself that single there. Now Warner faces his first delivery. Solid. They will look to score runs, I believe, these two for Australia. Because that is when Warner's at his most dangerous, when he's willing to take on the bad ball and have a bit of a crack at it. Same with Khawaja, but I find that in the Ashes series, he's almost become a little bit too hesitant over the last couple of tests. Khawaja and Warner should go Bazball. If they lose the wickets, then they should try and time it out with Marnus and Smith, says Edward. Warner batting about 9 inches outside of his crease. That one nice and solid in behind. I need to go, mate. I need to catch up on some sleep. But we'll be back, says John. Yeah, so I believe we are only covering the 2 sessions for today, but we will be back for day 4 and day 5 on the channel, if there is a day 4, that is, due to the amount of rain that is going to be around. Yeah, we've got plenty more coming in the near future. Also back for the 5th test match, which is going to be absolutely awesome. See how it does end up going. But yeah, hopefully you sleep well. And you catch up on that sleep. Nicely played by Warner. Just watching that swing of Jimmy Anderson. I was actually watching a little bit of Waka Yunus the other day. And his swing bowling was very impressive. Back in the day, my dad, at the moment, anytime he sees a clip on Facebook of old school like bowling, he's like, Hamish, come here, have a look at this. And then you just see that ball moving through the air like a fine art. I think it just suits the T20 brigade, and it's dangerous. Is dangerous, says John. Bazball is fun at times, but I just love good old-fashioned test cricket. A battle between ball and bat in tricky conditions. A mix of Baz and traditional is the way I think, but that will be the end of the first over. Just the one run off it for Usman Khawaja. Strong over from Anderson. What did they just say? 50 minutes till the tea break. We might have it slightly extended due to the delays, which means I am going to get even less sleep than anticipated. And Botham says he thinks the English players don't like the term Bazball, says Clark. I mean, it's one of those ones that I guess they like to think of it as they're just playing the way that they would normally play. And it works for them. But I think Bazball's more come from the coach, hasn't it, in terms of Baz being Brendan McCullum, Stuart Broad. Best figures are 8 for 15. If he gets that now, I might get an early night. Seeing my team give it all really gets me going as a spectator, getting the crowd hyped. I can help athletes perform almost miraculously. Comeback/wins. I'm all for Bazball, just in my humble opinion, says Lee Sage. Yeah, there are certainly a lot of people who agree with you in terms of that new style of being aggressive, because a lot of people compare it to the old school Australian days of Matthew Hayden, Justin Langer, and all those guys who were willing to take on anything that was thrown in front of them. They would still end up batting out time every once in a while when they needed to, but a majority of the time, if the ball was there to hit, they'd hit it. And I love Bazball, but you can't beat an old battle between batter and bowler, or the sly sledging and mean steers, says Edward. I think this Ashes series, even with the fact that there has been a high run rate a majority of the time, we have still seen a nice bit of that. The controversy of the Alex Carey stumping in the second test match certainly added fuel to the flames for that one, and that's true. Those Aussie teams was very aggressive, says Enzel in there as well. Warner sitting on 0 off 4, facing Stuart Broad, a man who has got him out many times in the past little while. And that's true, that Aussie team was very aggressive, and Bazball, high risk, high reward, but can go very wrong, says Ronald. Yeah. And it is always the case of when it's going right, people aren't criticising it. They're saying, yep, working well. But when it's going badly, that is when not just the supporters, but the media as well really rip into it. England don't seem like they want to change their ways, because they have had one of the most successful 12 to kind of 16-month periods we have seen in English cricket in a long time. For how long were they trying to find their opening combination? They couldn't find it. They had Hasib Hamid, he was there for about 3 weeks, something along those lines. He didn't last very long. They had Rory Burns, they had Jason Roy. They were looking for their next Alistair Cook. And I'm not saying that Crawley or Duckett fall into that category, but the style of batting that England are using heavily favours the two that they have got currently in that opening department. And we made a point a little while ago as well about Harry Brook. And we said for Harry Brook, the way that he plays Test match cricket, had it not been for this aggressive style of batting that England have gone after, he probably may not have gotten a chance at Test match level because they may not have found a spot for him. But because they're playing that aggressive style, same with Ben Duckett, he might not have gotten the opportunity had it not been for the fact that he's a T20 specialist and is able to do the same thing at Test match level just by being aggressive. Crawley has cemented his place for a long time to come. Says Peter, they are just showing that dismissal in the first innings of Usman Khawaja. It was LBW, bowled by Stuart Broad, 3 runs off 19 deliveries for Khawaja. So he was very slow getting going. He's already got 2 runs off 4 deliveries. So looking a lot more aggressive, or not even aggressive, just a lot more committed to the shots that he has been playing throughout the first over and a half. Broad, use to the feet there from Usman Khawaja and has glided it out through point. That one's going to be racing quickly and it makes it to the boundary. First boundary of the day for the Aussies. And that will now bring them up to the 7 runs. He's ahead of Warner. That's a surprise. Says Hanoi there. Yeah, compared to the first innings where it was pretty much a straight switch, Warner was the one being the aggressor. Khawaja was being a lot more passive. But the fact that he's advanced there makes me think that maybe he's just decided this is an innings that he's got to go for it. Not worry about getting out to the good ball. Just keep on playing his shots. Because a majority of the time when he has gone out, it has been due to either that straight delivery that he's just been a little bit off with or trying to feather it the wrong one rather than really putting the bat through it. And that's where Crawley found success. Even though there were half chances for Australia, he was still able to make the most of the opportunity when given it. The end of the second over, though, 7 without loss now for Australia. So the more expensive of the two, going for the boundary. Although we did see David Warner in the first over for Australia hitting a boundary and then also following it up with 2 runs. 268. It's still a lot of runs to work with here for England. But we have to remember as well, this is day 3. It feels like it should be day 4 or 5. And Australia are now in the scenario of batting to save the Test match, which in some regards they are because of the fact that we've got a bit of rain around. So a draw here for the Aussies would end up with them retaining the Ashes. But it just doesn't feel like a day 3 of a Test match. And that is also because most teams would take around 2 days to be able to score the amount of runs England were able to score. Right, Broad has let Jimmy Anderson know which side is swinging. Now Anderson, a little bit of a top edge from Warner down towards fine leg. Nicely thrown in by Mark Wood. They actually had an interview with him just before the game. They were showing a clip that they had filmed earlier on in the week. And he was saying as much as it was awesome to win that Test match, get himself the fifer, it almost felt incomplete because they hadn't won the series yet. And he said that it doesn't matter what they do in that game if they can't follow it up. That's what they're trying to do here. Those clouds are getting darker in the background. I do have to say I'm a little bit nervous about some more rain possibly falling for this session. Well, that stayed low for Jimmy Anderson. And we did see a bit of variable bounce in the wicket. That did fall for Joe Root. And that's 900 runs in 2.5 days. Very entertaining for those who are not cricket fanatics, says Peter. And yeah, I mentioned about it as well earlier on. Jimmy Anderson just kicked that ball 4 times. Now, I know that he's theoretically allowed to, but 4 keepy ups is a few too many, maybe, at this stage of the innings. I know that a lot of people who watch T20 cricket and enjoy the shorter format have taken a liking to the Ashes series because of the quick scoring that we have seen between the two sides. Because even at times, Australia yesterday, or in fact the day before, they were scoring at around that 4.5 and over. And they did just slow down that little bit more. Wouldn't 900 runs in 2.5 days be entertaining for cricket fanatics too, says Lisa. It is. Although the ones who are like, oh, we don't like quick scoring test matches, they're always angry about when we see so many runs. But I think everyone else is like, this is great to see such quick succession runs being scored in a test match by both sides. Wow, he's sitting on 6 of 9 balls at the moment. But they mentioned that they have got the extra 15 minutes or so of this session due to the rain that we did see earlier on. We did have a short rain delay of about 10 to 15. But slower scoring is also very entertaining for us, says Peter. Oh, that was a good lead from Kawaja. That one came back in a little bit from Jimmy Anderson. I should mention, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated. You guys all being here for this test match. And we have got day 5, day 4 as well, if there isn't any rain. And then also the 5th test match, which at this point could be looking at 2-2 going into that one, which would be very entertaining indeed. One more remaining at the Jimmy Anderson over. Still Usman Khawaja on strike. There will be a lot more yawning tomorrow as well, though I will mention throughout the streams. We will try our best not to, but they will sneak out. That's a great shot down the ground from Usman Khawaja, the on drive. Stuart Broad able to cut it off deep, and I believe he has saved a run there for Stuart Broad. Every run crucial. That would take him up to 9. Played cricket as a lad. I was at the 1974 Australia versus England Melbourne Boxing Day Test match when I was 10, perfect Test match, even though a draw. I remember the English teams of Atherton, Butcher, Ramprakash, and Nasser. They were good batters. My God, it was tedious to watch. Says Edward. And yeah, it just kind of depends on what you're into in terms of what you like for your cricket. If you like watching, that slow, methodical build, similar to what we see from someone like a Pujara, he's willing to eat up 300 balls if it means he scores 80 or 100 runs. Whereas some batsmen just don't like batting that way. They like to get going just a little bit further, a little bit quicker, which I believe is what Usman Khawaja is doing for this innings. Now Stuart Broad will be bowling to Khawaja. I would dismiss him in the first inning. 2 yawns in a row. That's a bit rough, isn't it? Did see 2 wickets in a row for Josh Hazlewood, who managed to pick himself up the 5 for in the first innings of England batting. 264 now. The trailing amount. 4 slips. I've got the gully slightly, or it's almost more of a backward point for Jimmy Anderson. Just having him floating. Straight from Broad, and I agree with you. Watch the video of Kepler Wessels batting. If you need a nap, says Ronald. Slips 19 meters away, 16. It's a slightly wider man. Cricket number 4. He could bat a whole session for 1 run, says Ronald, which is impressive in its own right. It's just like, depending on the match scenario, some people may not enjoy that. In fact, quite a few probably wouldn't. To be fair, 1 run in a whole session. I mean, Usman Khawaja only scored about 8 runs in the first hour and a half of one of the Ashes sessions, I believe. I wonder who was the slowest top-class batsman to bat. I know of current times it's probably Pujara, but I don't think recently. I'm actually sure it would be the slowest, because I guess you'd have to look at the relatively like, yeah, top class batsman. The top order as well, roughly. That was well played by Kawaja. The ball slightly seamed towards the slip cordon, squared him up. He managed to play it nicely. Michael Colin Cowdrey says, real Peter. Warner, he's only faced 7 deliveries, sitting on the 2 runs, and we know the history between him and Stuart Broad more times than any other bowler. Stuart Broad has been able to dismiss David Warner, and in the Ashes series in 2019, it was not a lot of fun for David Warner. This series, he hasn't been too bad, but he is still lacking that big total that would like to get for himself, advancing down the wicket a little bit. Well played, solid, and behind it for Warner. Army. Trumpet's still playing at the moment. By 263 runs at the moment. And maybe there were time it was required, but he better like that all the time. Australia could actually have used him right now. Says Ronald. Last ball of the broad over, pitched up. Warner plays it off his pads. Quick run taken. Good work between the wickets from Australia. It'll be the end of the over. 13 without loss now for Australia. And those were the cricketers I grew up to. Freddie Flintoff was still going. When I last watched come back to this baseball way of life, has been head turning. Says Lee Sage. Yeah, it's certainly a new era of English cricket. And like someone said, I wonder how many other sides will adapt it in the future if it is proven to be very successful. 4 overs down at the moment. I think our plan, seeing as it is currently almost 2:30 a.m. here in New Zealand, I think the plan for me may end up being to go through to 2:30 a.m. And if we haven't had a wicket by that stage, it may be the end of the live stream just for today, mainly because I do still have to cook tea for myself. And then by the time we get to bed, it's probably going to be like 4 or 5 a.m., which means we won't have too long before we wake back up. And 90s to 2000, Australia cricket team, the original Baz ballers, to be fair. I feel quite flattered to even associated with us, says Lisa. 13-run partnership between these two opening batsmen. Yeah, I'm hoping we get some of day 4 in for this test match. It would be a shame to see it completely rained off for that day, but it would add a lot more suspense to the final day of the test match. And Boycott was also painfully slow, but only because we couldn't get him out, says Peter. And I remember Gucci 110 and Atherton 11 opening the batting against New Zealand, 110 and 11, where their respective scores while still both in bat. Last time I checked, says Edward. And sometimes you need that guy near the top of your order who's just willing to dig his heels in, even if it is a lower order batsman, the night watchman. Sometimes we see they actually find some decent success at times. Moeen Ali, I think he actually got up, or he got promoted up the order to number 3. And to be fair, it seems like a spot that they could find him at in the near future as well, just with the way he was able to bat once he gets through those first few hard overs. Really times the ball nicely, Moeen Ali. I guess the question for England here is a majority of your batters have performed, other than maybe Duckett for this test match so far. But what do you do in terms of the bowlers? Do you go with the same 4 with Wokes, Wood, Broad, and Anderson? Ollie Robinson, I don't know whether he'll be back from injury for that next test. You bring in another spin option. Although I feel like with Ali and Root, it is enough. Whereas Australia, they might look to bring in another spinning option just from how it did go. Still 3 slips for England by the looks of it. In fact, no, actually still 4 they are keeping. With this ball possibly moving early, be a good time to have them. Anderson just trying to get that ball to go across Usman Khawaja. Hasn't quite found that wide enough line yet, or got it to do enough off the seam to trouble him too heavily. Showing their Marnus Labuschagne. Doesn't look like he's too ready to go out to the middle. There, Marnus, he's wearing his jersey. Might just be because it's quite chilly though for him. In fact, Steve Smith looks like he's more ready to go out to the middle than Marnus, although I believe they will be 3 and 4 for the English. That's a better line from Jimmy Anderson, just getting it to drift across him with the angle as well. It will be the end of the over. And that's 114 for none now. Just the one run again off Jimmy Anderson. Been economical throughout this test match. Kawaja just playing the line, hoping that that ball didn't end up doing just a little bit off the seam to find the outside edge. Anderson will have another over in him, not too far away, more than likely. Now Stuart Broad continuing his spell. I believe this will be the second last over, if there are no wickets, that we will be covering of the day. I've also noticed my voice is starting to give out, so that might not be ideal. Oh, that was close to the leg stump of David Warner. That would have ended up sending the bails flying, but just a little bit wider. And because Warner does advance down the wicket, it's a little bit deceptive in terms of whether or not it is actually going to be hitting his stumps, whether it will go over the top. Oh, and Ali, they're just zooming in on him now. I don't think we'll see too much spin throughout this first session from England, but they'll certainly want to get themselves an early wicket to help them towards the last 9. That is way down the leg side, beautifully taken by Johnny Bairstow. We'll be feeling a lot of confidence after that batting innings and also after the way he was able to keep in the first innings of this test match. Maybe he's starting to find his rhythm, finding that form again. I love the live streams. Give it up, man, says Daniel. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. We have got a couple rugby live streams tomorrow during the day, but then we are back for the Ashes in the evening. We will be covering day 5 of the Ashes on the channel as well. It will be interesting if the Aussie can get a good start, but still England's to lose, says Hensel. And yeah, for Australia, a draw, won't mind them too much. At the end of the day, they can get out of this with a draw. They retain the Ashes. Whether or not England win that 5th test match is redundant. Because if it's a drawn series, the earn stays with the Aussies. So yeah, England need this one. And they certainly won't want anything less. Same with the Australians. They'd love to be able to put a statement win in here. But for them to be able to do that, they need 500 runs here at least in this innings. I've liked and subscribed. I've enjoyed watching this with you. And the chat section, you've been educational and very good at keeping us informed of what is happening. You have a nice social group here. There's Lisa. And thank you, everyone. Lovely to meet you all. Have a lovely day / evening. You too. And yeah, I'm very lucky in terms of cricket and also the other sports community that we've been able to create on the channel. I always say when doing these commentaries, it's just like watching the cricket with a whole heap of mates and pretty much just having, 20 people in your lounge or a few people in a small stand just watching a game of cricket, talking all about it. And yeah, it's always a lot of fun. I think I think Rain is England's toughest opponent this test, says Edward. Could be. Dancing again. Little bit of extra pop off the surface there from Warner. I think that was just the way that he played it, though, made it look awkward. He's sitting actually similar to what Kawaja was in the first innings. He is now the one sitting on 4 off 18. Not scoring too quickly. Hello from the UK, says Beaming Cat. Welcome in, mate. Keep him well. Nicely played by David Warner, though, to try and shut down that pace of Stuart Broad. By 261. That's still a long way to go. And I don't believe Australia will be anywhere near that total by the end of today. England could pick themselves up a few wickets, though, if they're quick. Down the leg side again, Warner unable to catch up with it. That'll be the end of the over. 14 for none now for the Australians. Best live chat and comms on YouTube. For rugby and cricket, very enjoyable. Even when we have a little short ball view difference. Says Enzel. Yeah, that's true. Did you hear me at the end of that last one when they were just bowling short to Jimmy Anderson? One pitched up ball was all they needed, and it got him out. LBW, nicely done by Cameron Green in the end. But yeah, it's always a lot of fun on these live streams, and yeah, it's just a community that we've been able to build that I'm very thankful for. Now, 6 balls remaining of this live stream anyway. For ourselves, mainly because it is very late in New Zealand, and if we want to be able to cover day 4 and 5 to the best of our ability, I will need a little bit of sleep for this one. So, that was in the hip or in the back spine rib, somewhere up there. Kawaja didn't like it. He made like a weird noise, just like I did. Get this hit him. This didn't look nice though. Oh, that's on the hip bone. That don't feel nice. I know that feeling. It's not nice. It was Kawaja, hand on the hip, trying to regather his composure. Yeah. Never fun when you're getting hit on something that doesn't have a lot of fat over it. Whether it's the bone or whether it's, a little side part of something, shin. It's never fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks, commentator and chat room. See you, Edward. Yeah, looking forward to having you back. And if it is a rain delay for a majority of the day, we might not get a huge amount of commentary in, but day 5, we're definitely going to be here. Even if it is rain delayed, for some of it, we're going to be completing the day. Just like we have the other matches of the Ashes. I hope you get enough sleep for tomorrow, says Daniel Jones. I mean, I know I won't get enough, but I should be able to get some. Best way of describing it. But we've learned how to, I guess, be able to function off a limited amount of sleep from doing these late night live streams, whether that is cricket or rugby. It's not unheard of for us to only get maybe 3 hours sleep for a night and then be up for an extra 26 hours, get another 3 hours, and then be up for another 24. We've done that before. That's pretty brutal by the end of it. Larger. 10 runs of 19, 4 balls remaining. They get him out. Stick around for another over, I think. 3 balls remaining now. Relatively straight from Jimmy Anderson, actually going round the wicket now, which is interesting because I thought he was having a little bit of success going over the wicket due to that angle. And it's actually the more troubling line for Usman Khawaja. He has a lot lower average facing that angle than he does with a few others. Currently playing the trumpets for Jimmy Anderson once again here. Trying to G him up. 3 slips now in play for England as well. I should mention, that was nice. That was just outside of the off stump. Once again, getting Usman Khawaja slightly pushing at it, but being able to get him out yet. And that is the main thing for Australia. They can have a whole heap of half chances, but as long as Khawaja is still there at the end of the session, that is the main thing for Australia. Expecting it to come back in with the angle, but did stay drifting that little bit wider. Now Anderson, great Yorker. Right on the money. Khawaja manages to dig it out like as bad as a shovel. Just 1 ball remaining. Jimmy Anderson in this over. And the last test match, or the last innings, I believe he actually bowled about 5 or 6 on the trot. Yeah, very well dug out by Usman Khawaja. Easily snuck under the bat. Found himself losing the wicket there. Nicely played. Ball shot from Khawaja. It was a little bit shorter. Stokes fields it. In fact, it was Chris Wokes does field it, playing at that forward mid wicket, forward square leg. In fact, it was. But nonetheless, that is the end of the 7th over. 14 for none for Australia, scoring at 2 runs and over at this current point in time. I believe there is another 25 or so minutes of this session, but sadly we won't be covering that one, mainly because we've still got to cook food, but I will be watching it from my kitchen. I'm going to put my phone down keep it in the corner of my eye, see how the Australians do progress. But like I mentioned, we're back tomorrow with 2 games of rugby, the first of which is taking place in only around 9 hours' time. So be sure to check that out. Also, if you have enjoyed, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're back for the Ashes tomorrow night. Rain dependent, but hopefully. Oh, Moen. Oh, why they got a bow? Right, we're going to do one more over because Moen Ali's having a bowl, and I just want to see how spin's going to go here before we pop away. Greetings from the UK, Mick and Craig. Welcome in. Hope you guys are doing well. It's slightly bad timing as we were about to leave, but we're going to watch one more over from Moen Ali. We are getting close to 3 a.m. here in New Zealand. Couldn't miss this Ashes test, though. This has been very entertaining one. Love your live stream. Thanks for the great time. There's Daniel Jones. Thank you very much, mate. Have a good night and get some sleep, Hamish. Thanks for the stream. There's Peter. Moen Ali. 1 over. Bet you he gets a wicket, and then I'll be tempted to just stay for that little bit longer again. The fact that they're going to off spin after 7 overs tells me this ball ain't swinging, and this ball ain't seaming as much as England expected it to. Now Moen Ali, right arm off spin, nicely glided out through deep cover for David Warner. He can pick up a wicket here. That will be massive for England. They need 10 before Australia get 260. That will be their goal anyway. They will still possibly have enough time to bat out the rest of the runs that Australia do get as the lead. But with the rain delay tomorrow expected, and actually the day after that, also expected to have quite a bit of rain. A bit too leg sidish from Moen Ali there, whipped off the pads of Usman Khawaja. I believe these will be called as league buys, and it will actually be 4 of them. Races to the boundary, a quick outfield, even though we did see a little bit of water earlier on in the day. In fact, it is going to be given as runs for Usman Khawaja, moving up now to 14 of 24. Just catching up with that one with the bat. Usman Khawaja. He's got to bring his line in just a little bit more towards that off stump. That's better. A little bit lofty. That delivery hit out to deep cover again for the single. Australia won't be minding this too much. Definitely because they have come from scoring only 2 runs and over to now being able to get themselves 6 runs off 3 balls. It's actually similar to what we saw the first time Moen Ali came in for the first innings of the test. They were able to score relatively aggressively against him. Put him under the pressure. A little bit dragged down by David Warner. Flip it to the leg side. Another single taken. Ali now going for 7 runs. Just trying to find the line, just trying to warm up the fingers as well here by the looks of it for Moen Ali. When he gets them in the right place, he can be dangerous, but until then, could end up being quite costly in the runs department. That was a lot better. Pitched up. Still able to rock back onto the back foot and hit that one out through cover again for Usman Khawaja. 1 ball remaining at the Ali over and 1 ball remaining of the stream. I have to say that over was a little bit more disappointing than I was hoping it would be. Than I was expecting it to be. That's the way around, I mean. Of course, hoping it would be good from Moen Ali, but that is the end of the 8th over. 22 for none. This time we are going to be signing off, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings and thanks for the great cast from Montenegro. And there as well, says Edward, welcome in. I believe one of the first viewers that we have had from there. We're ticking off a lot of countries around the world, which is absolutely awesome to see. But yeah, this is the end of today, but we will be back tomorrow with some more Ashes action, ladies and gentlemen. The good news is this test match should not be over by the end of today. So we'll be back ready to go for the final few sessions. But thank you all very much for tuning in. I will see you all for the next one.